All right, it looks like we're live? Question mark? We'll just go with yes. Hello and welcome back. It's October 5th of 2019, and today I want to work on not PyTest. We might work on PyTest. There's like one PR that we want to fix quickly because one of our dependencies kind of broke some stuff for us, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just annoying. But the thing that I want to work on today is related to mypy and related to pyflakes, so it's kind of right up my alley for fixing type annotation stuff and linting stuff at the same time. So plan is to work through this thing. I don't know how difficult it's going to be. I've looked into it a little bit before, where I figured out like there's at least one edge case that I'll need to handle. Hey, what's up, Yoav? Yeah, it is morning for me. I'm a little tired because, let's see, I stayed up way too late last night and I woke up way too early this morning and I went for a 10-mile run. So I'm a little bit tired, but I'm ready to do this. Let's see, what did I do last time? Last time I worked on my text editor, we got what did we get working? I think we got multiple files working. Yes, a 10-mile run, so like 16 kilometers, somewhere around there. If in the non-freedom units. Let's see. I actually have it on Strava. How much can I show without showing where I live? Let's see. This one. I guess we can. If I zoom out enough, maybe you won't notice where. Yeah, there we go. That's zoomed out enough. Okay. So here's my run from today. I spent almost an hour and a half. Pretty good pace for today. This is actually like about on par with like my normal casual pace. My race pace is a little bit faster, but I try not burn myself out on just like casual runs. And I was pretty consistent, so like I kept basically the 9-minute pace or like 8:40 pace the whole time. And sped up a little bit at the end because I usually like to kind of sprint the last half mile or so just to prove that I can still I could still go further if I wanted to. One thing that I find like really interesting about this run today is like my heart rate. Well, it starts low because I don't really do a warm up. I just like start running. So like ramps up and then stays pretty constant through the whole thing. And then for some reason at the 8-mile mark, it just spikes and then stays there for the rest of the run. I'm not sure what happened here. Maybe I thought about a cute girl or something. Who knows? But it just seems weird to me. It makes sense that there's like a little spike here, because there's this mark here is where I go over a freeway overpass, so I go up some elevation. No, this is completely flat. As you can see, it's like plus or minus 20 feet the whole time because it's right along the water, so it's super flat. And it doesn't even count like. So this weird shape that you see here and here is this like freeway overpass. Let's see if I can zoom in without showing where I live. I'm kind of oh well, gave it away there. Damn it. Oh well, you guys are gonna. I was gonna dox myself eventually, but there's this like freeway overpass here, and my GPS like freaks the fuck out there. So it doesn't really know that I maintain pace here, and like again like. Just kind of all over the place, but that's what those weird marks are. But yeah, that was my run. Hey, what's up, Skimson? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. But let's see. Yeah, so last time we worked on making multiple files work in babi, so you can now open more than one file and switch between them, and it'll show like the count here. And if you close one, it'll switch to the other file. That's what we got working last time. I did not so much offline between last time and now. A lot of it was just like documentation fixes. So like, there was some like docs in PyTest where we just like messed up the Sphinx formatting, which is annoying because this is valid syntax. It just doesn't do what you expect it to, and so it renders really weird. But just like a documentation fix there. I fixed a link in a changelog. Oh, I did. Between last time and now, I did record a podcast. Let's see if it's up yet. It probably isn't up, but no, not up yet. But yeah, the next episode of Test and Code, I talk about PyTest and fixtures and parameterization and scoping and all sorts of nifty stuff there, including the new feature in PyTest 5.2 that we we accidentally released PyTest 5.2 a little bit early, but that's fine. And then I did some stuff for work. For work, we use DynamoDB, which is kind of a ORM for DynamoDB, and there's been this warning that's been happening for forever, and I was finally just like, fuck it, I'm gonna fix this. Can I elaborate on the PyTest feature? Yes, PyTest changelog. The podcast will actually go into more detail about it. But the new thing is there's now... Oh, that's a little bit too zoomed. There's now this scope parameter to pytest.fixture. And to be honest, I don't think it's that interesting of a feature, but I don't know. Brian wanted to talk about it, so I was happy to go on the show and talk about it, even though I didn't really have much input about it. But what this allows you to do is you can dynamically choose the scope of a fixture based on a callback. And so like the example, this is the example that they use, where you would pass in a callback here, and this fixture will have a different lifetime based on this function. I was actually thinking about kind of a cool application for this. So like one thing with fixture scoping is as you increase the scope, you usually improve performance, but also increase the chance that you're globally polluting stuff. So it might be cool to like build a PyTest plugin that, I mean, feeds this into, I don't know how it would do it, but feeds this into all the scope parameters and like tries to adjust the scope until it gets the test passing, and then like say, oh, you could improve your performance by doing this. But I don't know. It's an idea. When is the scope determined? Oh, so the scope is determined when the first request of this fixture happens. So like the first test that needs it, or the first, if it's auto use, it'll be at the beginning of the beginning of the suite. And then like it's more determining when it'll get torn down is the tricky bit. I guess it also determines like how much I guess not. It determines when it gets turned down, but also how far it's shared. That was the one new feature that landed in the last release. This is kind of like a change in behavior. The reason the release is so small is because we screwed up our Git workflow. So PyTest has kind of, it's not that complicated, but we mess it up from time to time. We have 3 branches that matter. Ignore these. We have 3 branches that matter. There's master. Oops. There's master and features. Those are the 2 main branches. So master is where we commit bug fixes, documentation fixes, and other stuff like that. And then features is where new, like, larger changes get committed. And usually when we do bug fix releases, we release them. Oh, and then there's 4.6 maintenance. This is the backport Python 2 branch. This is where we commit back bug fixes. Apparently we have committed 72 bug fixes, and master and the features have progressed quite a lot since then. So there's a lot of features that we're intentionally not porting back to Python 2. But anyway, usually when we release bug fixes, we release from the master branch, and when we release features, we release from the features branch. And usually when you do a bug fix release, you merge master into features, and when you do a feature release, you merge features into master. Bruno meant to merge master into features because he had done a bug fix release, but he had accidentally merged features into master, and so we decided to make a feature release instead of like trying to fix the Git workflow. But yeah, that's kind of the summary from last time to this time, and so now we can start working on the thing that I actually want to work on today, which is this. I'll just make a small example of it, because we'll need to write a test for it anyway. So in mypy, if you have a function that can return a class of it, like an instance of itself, let's say, I mean, this is just like the simplest example. If you have a class that can return an instance of itself and you run it, Python 3 t.py, this will crash because this annotation, or this annotation is evaluated at import time, and the body of the class is still being built, so this name is not bound yet. So this is a name error. In Python 3.7, you can do from feature import annotations, and that'll make all type annotations delayed in evaluation. So now, well, Python 3 is 3.6. If I switch it to 3.7, now this works. But without that, you have to quote the annotation. And so you do this, and now this works. Also, mypy knows what's up as well. Click install mypy. Hey, what's up, Ethan and Sarcastic Dante? Excited to see this fixed, yeah. Ethan works on mypy, so he has a vested interest in this. Yeah, mypy understands the forward annotation. Oh, there's new color! That's cool. I haven't seen the color yet, because I only run mypy through precommit most of the time, and precommit hides the color currently. I should maybe look into how to do that. Let's see, pty likes Python. Oh, I hate ptys. They're so tricky. I never remember how to do them correctly. pty.spawn. I'm not gonna look at ptys right now. I don't want to. I don't want to try and figure those out. But at some point, maybe I'll make color get passed through from pre-commit. But it doesn't happen yet. Yeah, the last release has color and error locations, just all around better error pointing. Nice. It's good to hear. But yeah, so mypy understands this, and the current pyflakes actually understands this as well. So pyflakes is completely okay with this. The problem becomes when you have a partial forward annotation, so something like this, from typing import union. mypy knows this is fine, but pyflakes does not. Oh, wait a minute. Why did that work? Oh, no, I remember now. It's not a forward annotation, it's like a, let's see, optional queue stir. So this will actually, okay, let me back up and start over. It's a different type of quoted annotation, not the forward annotation I was running. Not to import it from typing, right? So Q is a generic type in mypy land, in typing land, but it's not actually a generic type at runtime. So at runtime we get this type is not subscriptable error, and so you have to quote this, and that'll make mypy happy. Well, mypy was already happy, but it'll also make Python run properly. The problem is it makes pyflakes unhappy, because pyflakes doesn't know that this quoted annotation is, or that this quoted type is a type that got imported. So the current workaround is just to quote the whole damn thing, but that's not always possible and not always ideal. So like that'll work there, but there's other, I forget where, but there's some other case where quoting it doesn't work. But this is what I want to fix today, is that thing. And actually, I can simplify this. I don't even need a class. I can just do it with a bare function. But I want to make pyflakes happy with this, because Python is, and mypy is, but pyflakes is not. Cool. So hopefully that not generic at runtime for now. Yeah, I imagine that'll change eventually, but there's some curmudgeons in the core devs that are not super keen on all the typing stuff, and so it'll be a battle, I think, to make more stuff typing aware and typing generic. But anyway, another example from like code that I've been doing is in curses. In curses, there's a window type, but it's not, the actual type is not exported. So TypeShed provides this fake curses window type, but it doesn't actually exist. So if you look at the curses module, import curses window. There's no such thing. Like there's no actual type that comes here. So I have to quote this type and do the same thing. But in this case, since I quote the whole type, pyflakes knows about it. Hey, what's up, Lee Jerv? How's it going? Hi, and Toddy. Hello, hello, as well as B. Hope your day's going well. I'm playing WoW, so I'm not really paying attention. That's all good, sarcastic Dante. I can be your background noise. Yeah, curses window is a fake type, so you have to quote it. But there's, as far as I know, there's no way to get the actual class out of that. So I don't think this exposes it at all. There's all these constants. Yeah, none of these actually give you the type. I guess you could do type. Yeah, so it is that like you can actually get a reference to this type, but oh, now I've broken this terminal. Okay, it's fixed. I typed reset, but you couldn't see it. But yeah, we're gonna try and make this work. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is write a failing test for it. Pyflakes test, and pyflakes doesn't use pytest. It just uses standard unit test, which is good and bad. It means I don't need to install anything, but it means that I don't get nice things that pytest gives me. Let's see. Variable annotations. Yeah, there's a lot of tests for those. I don't know why. Async def, postponed annotations. This is kind of related. This is from future though. Here's the type comments. Oh, there's a typo. I'll let someone else fix the typo. This comment's assigned to previous node. Oh yeah, this is just like demonstrating a minor bug. Test return annotation. Oh, well, it's somewhere around here. So we want the same decorator here. Test, let's see, partially quoted type annotation. And then we also need to make a special case for literal types. Test, typing literal. Test literal types. I wonder if this is in typing extensions before it came to typing. I always forget. We'll just dash read the code. Typing extensions, sure. Yes, it is in here. Oh. Oh, I see. It's like all the possible ways that it could be redefined. Okay, so we need to look at both typing and typing extensions. Test literal type in typing. From typing, import literal. Oh, I guess literals can only be parameters, maybe? I forget. Or they only make sense as parameters. Okay, so this should produce no errors, and this one should also produce no errors. Extensions. How do I spell? What is literal? So literal allows you to, or the most common case that I've seen for literal is to do overloads. So typing import overload and literal to do overload. So let's say f has special behavior when X is the literal foo. Say it always returns an int there. Let's say bar returns a float. And Baz returns a string, whatever. Hey, what's up, Fierce Fatnassi? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. I forget how to annotate this, or if you have to. I don't know. I think this is how you do it. Held a message for reason identity. Allow will post it in chat. You got blocked for you got blocked for writing. Why did it block you? What did Automon have with that? Oh, I have to put the actual full signature. Is that how that works? I don't know why it automated you. That was kind of funny. Hey, what's up, Ray Willis? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Ferris asks, so what are you doing? I mean, what's the project you're working on? I'm working on pyflakes. There's also a, let's see, bang today command, which kind of shows what I'm working on. Pyflakes is a linter that checks basic mistakes in Python source code. It's pretty opinionated, and it's usually very, very specific. Like it doesn't have a high false positive rate. Except I'm fixing one of the false positives today, which is still have it open? Yeah. One of the false positives today is it doesn't understand these quoted annotations. And literal is a special case of quoted annotations because these strings are actual strings, they're not types. Whereas in this case, they're types. And I don't think there's any other specialized types that have strings allowed in there. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. But we'll see. Yeah, so I think that's the right way to write this. Oh shit. Does mypy not know about literal? Or am I telling? I need to tell it the version somehow. Version. Python version. Python version 3.7. Is it new in 3.8? Really? New in 3.8. Typing, import, medium. What's up, Tony? 2 times 2x? 2 times 2x? Oh, it's in typing extensions? Yeah. That's why I wrote 2 tests here for typing and typing extensions. But yeah, so mypy's happy with this. Disallow untyped defs. I'm actually like kind of surprised it requires. Oops. Shouldn't mypy be able to know it's an overload? Disallow. Oh, okay. Alright. I guess I learned something. I don't use overload very often, but this is like one case where you would use literal. It's a super contrived case, because like, I don't know why you would ever have a function that's variadic in this way, but it does allow you to specifically get types of things based on the call. So if you call f with the literal foo, mypy knows that the particular overload will get called, so it'll return integer here. Hey, what's up, Tom Misme? Hope your day's going well. Same, I have to look up how to do overloads outside stubs almost every time. Yeah. But yeah, I don't use overload all that often. But I know sometimes it's useful when you have like 2 very specific functions. And like one practical example for overload is if you were doing like the stubs for open, you would have like open mode is literal RB for like, oh, you got a file name stir. Actually, you probably have file name any stir, but whatever. But in this case, it would return an IO of bytes. Whereas this literal would return an IO of stir. And so like this is like one case where it's pretty useful. Yeah. That's where overload is helpful. Oh, did you send a PR for the typo fix? Let me just merge that real quick. Fix test name typo. Oh, was there an issue for it too? Cool. Thanks for the fix. Test type comments. Additional comment. Prove. Get a kitty cat or a doggo or a Pikachu. What'd you get? Oh, I got the Pikachus. I'm just gonna merge this. Usually we have 2 approvers on this, but it's a typo. Whatever. Cool. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I should actually finish writing the test here. So this should see from Q import Q. Typing import optional. looks like a very basic test, and that should be failing right now. Sure, we'll save that. Is this how I run unit tests? I always forget. Seems to be right. Okay, cool. So we have our failing test, which is, it claims that this import here is unused, which it isn't unused because it's being used in this type annotation. In fact, actually, I should show what happens when you break this. So if you were to remove that unused import, then Python should still 3.py. Python should still work. Wait, why did Python work? Oh, because I'm in a virtual env, so it's Python 3. Okay, I was just like, oops, I accidentally Python 2'd, but it still somehow worked. So Python will still work, but mypy doesn't know it's up now because Q is not imported. So this import is important to make mypy pass. Okay, so now we have our failing test. Now I gotta figure out how pyflakes works again. So this is gonna be me reading the code and not remembering how things work for a little bit. So if I'm quiet for a little while, that's why. So it appears there's this handle annotation. Handle annotation function, which currently does some stuff for handling. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Because it needs to recursively figure out where it's a string and pass it through this same machinery here. Okay, we don't currently parse string, so here's my thought here. I think what I want to do is set like a self.in annotation equals true, and then unset it after. So basically make a context where any descendant node will have this, well, we'll know that it's inside of a type annotation. And then, what else can I do there? And then I can specialize the parsing of strings to check this attribute, and if it is set, then I can handle them as string annotations. I think that's my my plan there. Yeah, I do need to initialize it. This is just me sketching stuff. Checker. I check the cleanliness and sanity of Python code. Cool. Cool story. So I can set that there. I can also set it at on the class. Which is where these are set. Doesn't really matter either way, even though it's going to be an instance variable. It's technically less work if there's no annotations, but who cares? I wonder what happens. What happens if you do this? Does mypy know what's up with this? If you double quote something? It appears to. That's not what I want. I want to run mypy. Revealed type is, That's interesting. That's not what I expected, but I guess I can make this work too. Because, like, what if... So we have this, like, deferred functions right now. How does this get work? Deferred functions dot append. Run deferred. Yeah, it just loops through this, so if we're running a deferred function, we can't defer further. So if we have like a double delay like this. I'll think about that when I get to it. let's try and get these first tests working, and then we can add more tests for the other wackier edge cases later. Okay. So we added this in annotation. If this gets used in more than one place, I'll probably move this to a context manager. Although we don't have... Do we use any context managers? We have one in the tests, and I bet I wrote it. No, I didn't write this one. Sounds... Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, I did. Dang it. I really like context managers, so I write them a lot. So I wasn't... That's why I thought I might have written it. That's funny. Okay. So what we want to do is specialize this dir call here. I'm actually going to use pytest. No, not pytests. I'm actually going to use pytest. Actually, which Python are we dealing with? Okay, that's fine. What did I name that test? Partially quoted. Install the breakpoint built in. Hey, what's up, Miami Bob? Thank you for the follow. I was gonna say something cheeky about Miami, but then I couldn't think of anything cheeky about Miami. It's a cool place. I've been there a couple times. Twice? 3 times? I think twice. I went with my brother earlier this year. Beaches are really nice. Had some good drinks. It was really sunny. It was hot. Rode some bikes. It was good. Hey, what's up, Anthony K95? That's a good name. It's a real good name. I'm slightly biased. Cool. Self dot in annotation. Cool. So I think we're good here. This is what I was looking for. Node.pyflakes parent. It's interesting that it didn't tab complete. But this is what I wanted to look for. Because we'll need a special case literals later. But let's just not special case them for now. Oh, underscores are not tab completed? Is that what it is? That would make sense. Actually, that would make a lot of sense. Because you probably don't want to tab into underscores pretty often. If self dot in annotation. If it's a stir, we want to defer handling forward annotations. Yes. Ugh. So in theory, that should work. Oh. Annotation.s. Oh, we don't actually have the node. What do we use the node for? This seems fine. The irony when pyflakes doesn't even pass pyflakes. Because I put type annotations without actually importing the types. Oops. Oh well. Fine. One day that'll get fixed. Okay, so I think that makes that test pass. Where were we testing that? Hey, what's up, X9? Hello. Good afternoon to you as well. It is slightly before noon for me, but it's all good. It's afternoon for you, I assume. Okay, but that should make this literal type fail, because now it is looking at this and it thinks it's a type. 4:45 for me. Oh, let me guess where you are in the world then. What time zone is 4:45? What can I do? Time zone map? I feel like you've told me where you live already, and I just forget. Okay, so if it's 5 hours later for me, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, I'm actually a moron. It's 2:45. Okay. 12:45, 1:45, 2:45. Okay, so you're probably Eastern US or in South America? US East Coast. Okay, cool. It's 14:45. That's what it is. That's why it was 4:45. There's your excuse. Okay, yeah, so in fixing this, I broke literals, which is what we expected. That's why I wrote those tests there. Now we need to handle literals specially. Ubuntu defaults to military time and I always get confused. Ah, I see. I guess I've never really noticed that. I guess we'll see in an hour when hour and 15 when it flips over. Okay, yeah, but we need to handle this differently. Is there like a parent node? Is there a function get parent? Okay, that's what we want. Look up the first parent which is not a tuple, a list, or starred. Why not those ones? Seems weird. Pyflakes, parent. I guess we can just access that directly. Hey, what's up, OX Hash? Hey there, my dude. It's been a while. Yeah, it's I haven't seen you in forever. But I'm back. Well, I was back last week, but I'm back. Tuesday LTE asks, is that a tiling window manager on GNOME, or do I just have perfectly aligned windows? It's just me lining up the windows. They're actually not perfectly aligned. This one is slightly taller than the other one. I can make it more askew if you want me to really mess things up, but no, it's carefully human aligned. I am the tiling window manager. But even then, like, it's still not perfectly aligned. Like, I spent a bunch of time in OBS, like, trying to get everything to line up properly, and, like, the bottom of the screen is actually right here. I can't see it. Okay, let me put the cursor right at the bottom. Oh, I did a pretty good job, I guess. Ish. But it's kind of hard to get OBS working properly. That's illegal. Yeah. Oh, you're a defense contractor, X9LO? That means you have to deal with military time all the time. Why would they not have a parent? Oh, I guess like a doc string might not have a parent? But we would have to be in an annotation. Okay, fine. If in annotation and function for this is literal type. Is typing literal. If in annotation and not is typing literal. What was the type that we saw when we debugged? It's like slice or something? I could just debug again, but code's all messed up right now. I think it's subscript. Subscript, that sounds right. Yeah, a subscript. We'll find out. If it's in an annotation and it's not both a subscript and node.pyflakes parent dot, what does subscript have? Value slice context. Subscript, the value is the left-hand side. Okay. Cool. It's so mad at me, that's funny. What is that, Windows? Oh yeah, shit. I guess you noticed I'm running Windows. Yeah, it's an elaborate ruse. I try... Oh, it even says 64-bit Windows. Yeah, that's even more illegal. But yeah, I'm running Windows with a virtual machine. And yes, I'm using Nano like a noob. Eventually, I will be using my own text editor, which I'll probably be working on later in the stream, because it looks like this is going to be easier than I thought it was. But I'm working on my own text editor, which can do some stuff right now, like delete, backspace, etc. You can enter text. It doesn't support all of the things that I use in my current text editor, but you can like navigate around and go to the... Oop. What did that do? Oh, that switched tabs. You can go to the end of the file, the beginning of the file. There's a bunch of key combinations that it knows about, but I'll eventually be working on that as well. It doesn't know how to save yet. That's what I want to get done today. Hey, what's up, Band Dog? Hope your day's going well. Thank you for the follow. It's a cool name. Band Dog. I wouldn't want to ban dogs. I kind of like dogs. Dogs are good. I approve. Let's see. Vim. You've been busy for the past month. I see. Fedora and sometimes use apt. Oops. You have to use Windows at work? That's weird. I get mad when I have to use macOS at work. Because I have to support a bunch of developers running macOS, which is a lot of work. Hey, what's up, Tawel? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. I just had a question for you. Is there a hard and fast rule about when to use object-oriented programming or when to just kind of script some shit out and not worry about classes and object-oriented programming? There isn't really a rule. Personally, I don't tend to like object-oriented programming that much. I would much rather do like either procedural or composition-based object-oriented programming. I guess like I don't like to use inheritance is what I'm trying to say. Because I find that sometimes it makes the code a lot harder to reason about and like trickier to debug and all sorts of stuff. And like I don't tend to reach for classes and objects unless I absolutely need it. And so like you'll see a lot of my code, like if I make a class, it's mostly going to be a plain old data class. And you can think of it as like C-style object-oriented programming, but I don't know. That's kind of my take. Some people like it. It's just not for me. That's cool. I saw some text editor like Sublime Text. It was called Slap. It ran in the terminal. Looks super cool. Discontinued by the author. Bummer. Yeah, I'm planning to continue working on my text editor. Well, I want to get my text editor to a point where I can replace my usage of Nano so that you guys stop making fun of me. But also I want to add some features and stuff. And I don't know. I think it's gonna be pretty good when I'm done with it. Well, I don't think I'll ever be done with it. I think I'll get to a point where it's usable. And that's what I'll be calling done, but it'll never actually be done because I'm sure all the time I'll be like, oh, it would be cool if my text editor did this, and then I'll just hack it out and make it do that. But yeah, eventually, someday. Bandog says, I'm fine, and you? I'm doing pretty well. I'm a little bit tired because I stayed up too late and I went for a long run this morning. I did 10 miles this morning, which was a lot. I'm on a like running streak right now where, let's see, I can show my spreadsheet, my other account. Oh, now you guys know all my email addresses. Oh well. So I keep a tab. I also use Strava, but I keep a tab of my running and other activities, and like plot the number of, or like the average number of miles per week, and you can see like I average 1.6 miles a day. The largest run I did was 12 miles. I've done 428 miles this year, and I have a, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days in a row. I've done at least one run, as well as some other activity. But no, I did a 10-mile run today, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. But anyway, there's my humble brag for the stream. Let me improve my seating posture because I was kind of like slouching, so much better position now. Let's see. Get your hands on Vim. I was super skeptical about it, but man, switching from Mac to Linux to Windows, editing text and using editors. Yeah, I know how to use Vim. I'm not a noob. I'm not a complete noob. Like, look, I can quit. Wow. But I know how to use Vim and like do some crafty stuff with it, and like, I don't know, Shift P is what I wanted. But I kind of know how to use Vim, and like I know to enter insert mode, leave insert mode. I just like don't have the muscle memory for it, and so it's like faster for me to use Nano, unfortunately. CAW, for example. What is CAW? Is this a Vim thing? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't worry about the bot, by the way. Oh, go to Vim. See, it is a Vim thing. I wasn't wrong. Yeah, CAW is what, like change all words, or let's see. Well, it's not change all words, it's just change the current word. But isn't CW the same? What's the difference between CW and CAW? I don't know. But anyway, I do kind of know some Vim. I'm not that great at Vim, but I do know some Vim. And I think I have one line in my vimRC. I've installed one plugin. So I do know some Vim, but I'm faster at Nano, so I'm gonna stick to it for now. Name is typing overload. Kind of want this exact function. Oh, I need the scope stack. Hey, what's up, Dark Tobias? How's your day going? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I'm gonna, because I need this functionality in this here. So I will extract that out then. Just close this over. Oh no! I have two partially written files. Whatever. I can rewrite the left-hand side. I think is more important. And I can actually write the type annotation here. Oh wait, this type annotation is garbage. So these are the two expected names that we're going to be looking at. What ID are you using? It's a really crappy text editor called Nano, which is not an IDE. It's the dumbest text editor possible. I'm actually writing my own replacement for Nano called Babi right now. Which will eventually be a fully featured text editor. It actually looks a lot the same and has a lot of the same like keyboard shortcuts, but it can edit text and do some stuff. And this was all I wrote all this from scratch, and so it's my baby right now. Well, it's one of my babies, but we might work on this later once I finish this this thing that I'm working on. Hey, and thank you for the follow, Dark Tobias. Hey, what's up, JL? Good to see you again. Early today. Oh no, I switched to an earlier time. Oh, did I forget to update that on calendar? Oh, that's my work calendar. Whoops. No, I updated the time. Yeah. I switched to an earlier time for Europe so that they can see me write more code. Or are you saying that you're early today? One way or another. Expected typing names. Typing names. Hey, what's up, X9? Hello. Thank you for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. I'm back up to 10 again. GG me. Because it was like 19 last week, but I guess the gift subs expired, which is fine. Okay, this looks like what I want. Then we have to replace this with name is typing, and this needs to take overload and scope stack. Now it no longer fits on one line. Oh, we kind of have this same thing here. I kind of want this whole function here. Oh, and I just noticed that this doesn't handle typing extensions. Whoops. I can write a test for that. Test type annotation. Typing extensions. Oops, typing extensions dot overload. Hey, what's up, Mr. Juan Anderson? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Oops. Int. Yeah, so this is failing right now because I noticed a tiny little bug here. F dollars. I'm located in Germany, so the adjusted time is good for me. Thanks. Yeah, that's why I moved it up to hopefully get more of my European friends online. But yeah, glad it's working well for you. Name that I can't pronounce, but Twitch has translated it as www, says black. I myself don't use black, but I am a what's the word? I approve of the use of black, so it's good. It works well with pre-commit, so that's why I like to suggest it. But yeah, it's great. But I'm actually working on pyflakes right now. Hey, what's up? Bad vibes every day. Hello from OCF. Hello, hello. Oh, I'm not even on IRC right now. I should open up IRC. But hello, hello. Means from nothing. Yeah, that's what it means. Yep. Dark Tobias, just started my data science master's degree. Ooh, interesting. I don't know anything about data science. I'll be the first to admit that I know absolutely nothing about data science, but it's fine. It's okay that it's hopefully okay that I don't know anything. Let's see. Their name is Adder. this actually takes node. Oh, and I didn't indent this properly. Why is this off by 1? This is fine. This is lined up at least. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why that was different. Return. So now we just need this code here. I realize I could have done this faster in a different way. This fixes that bug there by adding this here. Okay, if it's a name and the name is that should not have overload hard-coded, should be typing adder. Typing adder. And this should be typing adder as well. Is typing overload. Is typing overload. This should be is typing like that. So this should be is typing deck overload scope stack. Okay. And this function is gone now. Okay. I think that unbreaks that code. Yeah, the thing that I know Ex Nihilo from is from the Minecraft mod. It's like a Skyblock mod. I like to play a lot of Skyblock, so you basically start from like sifting and crucibles and stuff and barrels, and it's pretty good. Hey, what's up, Dark Angel 9871? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Also, just want to point this out in case it's messed up. For some reason, it seems like every time I stream, either my microphone levels are changed or YouTube changes its volume, and this morning was no different. So if the volume levels are all messed up, just let me know and I will adjust them on the fly. But I tried to do like a little sound test before I started, so hopefully they're fine, but I don't actually know. It's been an hour, so if it's been bad, you guys are just dealing with it for an hour. But I don't know. YouTube seems to have like decreased its sound level by like 50% for no reason. So I don't know what's up with that. Hey, what's up, Red Monster 1542? Thank you for the follow. Oh. Okay, so I think I've fixed this. I need to now use this function below. Actually, let me make sure this file is syntactically correct. Okay. Discover pyflakes. So we should have 2 failing tests right now. Yeah, so we have those 2 typing tests that I made fail. Oh wait, this is not right. Name is typing. We want their name is matter, and then node.id. Okay, that's what we expect. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to combine those 2 literal tests. Test literal type. Combine these 2 tests. Oh. But wait, we can't. How did I combine them up here? Oh, I didn't. I just made 2 separate tests. Okay, we're gonna keep them separate then. Oh well. Hey, what's up? Abuser Asif. I'm sorry, I butchered that. I'm so sorry. But I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay. That was weird. It put the literal escape sequence for, I think, up arrow. Maybe it was control up arrow? Yeah, control up arrow. I must have hit control V instead of control C. So it's my fault. It's always my fault. This is the function I'm looking for. And hello again, Abuser Asif. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. If it's in an annotation, and we want to check if the parent is not literal and not is instance and not is typing no.pyflakes parent dot value literal then scope stack. Is that what it's called? It is. Yeah, we'll ignore that. Did I not run the test in this tab? This tab. That should make the test pass, but it does not. You're welcome. What are we building today with Python? I'm working on pyflakes. There's a neat bang today command. I think also bang project works as well. Yeah. But yeah, I'm working on a linter thing, and I'm making it better understand type annotations. There's this particular bug. There's this particular bug where pyflakes is reporting a false positive in this case. I mean, it shouldn't be, because this is correct and this is fine. Just pyflakes doesn't know, and so I'm fixing that. But apparently this is not quite right. So let me just run the literal test directly. Self in annotation is false. What? What? Oh. Okay. We're in some unrelated test, that's why. What is that test called? There we go. And now we're at the right place. So self.in annotation should be true. And this should be true. It is not. AST.index. Oh. Right. Hey, what's up, Eva302? Thank you for the follow. Eva. What is that from? Wowie. had a friend Eva in college, and I would always say Eva, and I'm sure it drove her up a wall, but it was fun for me. So we have to actually go up 2 levels to get to the subscript. That's annoying, but not something that I can't fix, I guess. What am I making? I'm working on a linter called pyflakes, which checks for some basic mistakes in Python files, and I'm fixing type annotations, a particular type of Python type annotation. So there's this quoting thing that you can do that's legal, but pyflakes currently flags it as broken, so I'm trying to fix that. And this was supposed to fix it, but I'm kind of off by 1 because the AST for this pprint node.pyflakes parent.pyflakes parent. Okay, oh, that was 1 too many. The AST for this code, some string. So this code here is represented as this AST object. AST being abstract syntax tree. So you can see like this literal name here. It's gonna be hard to use the word literal because I'm not meaning it literally, but whatever. Hopefully you'll understand. This name object here is this here. This subscript, which is the bracketing, is represented by this object here, the entire object. And then this string in here is this slice object. Initially I thought that this would have been directly in here, but it's not, so I need to actually go up 2 levels. Which is a little bit ugly. How can I... Maybe I can simplify this. Let's see... Use literal string. Does this fit in 80 characters now? It does not. Still. Dang it. That was the whole point. Wish this name wasn't so long. This fits within 80 characters. So we can just call this N. Whatever. I'm trying to like micro fit these in, but maybe I shouldn't be trying so hard. Because this one doesn't fit. So I need to split this onto multiple lines anyway. So we'll just switch node to end to node back again. It's fine that it looks kind of ugly. So this should prevent literal from being handled directly, and should fix the test, hopefully. Oh, I should really fix this. I should really just either delete these type annotations, or fix them. How do I fix them? I'm just not gonna fix them. Okay, let's see if that fixes the test. It does. And all the tests pass! Yay! Does that mean it's done? There was some like... Oh... There was some thing that I wanted to... check. What was it? If only I could like rewind the recording and see what I said. What was it? Almost 60 minutes ago? Shit, what was that? There was some other case where maybe I put it in this test file? Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah, so this is still broken. Because... Because it defers this part, but then it doesn't know to re-defer this inner part. And mypy is okay with this, for reasons. But nothing else is. So I need to fix that somehow. Let me commit what I have, so, or let me look at the change that I have so far. Okay, so we rewrote the isTyping overload function into this. Oh, this is so hard to read. I have a side-by-side diff. I'm gonna use vimdiff, right? How do I use vimdiff? Vimdiff with getDiff. Away. Get diff tool dash dash tool vimdiff dash dash no prompt. Hey, that's what I wanted. How do I resize? Why does Q all not quit all? Okay, this is better. The color scheme is awful though. It's not much better. Oh, that one's that's even worse. What is a color scheme that doesn't suck? Desert, maybe? Oh my goodness, what have I done? Desert. Oh, that's the default. Default is good? Is this the default? I think this is the default. This is the default. White text on pink background. Definitely what I want. Okay, I'm not gonna try and find it. This one's okay. This one's not bad. Not great, it's not bad. Okay, so we changed isTyping overload to be this more generic isTyping function, which allows me to pass in particular adder. And oh, we skipped ahead. Oh no, we didn't. I see. And then we started using it in isTyping overload. I added this in annotation state variable, and then set it while inside of handle node while handling an annotation. And then I wrote a specialization for stir to defer string annotations. Okay, so that seems good so far. And then, oh, it set it back to the other color scheme, it looks like. And then I expanded this test to fix that one bug that I found. And then I added some new tests. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so that'll fix part of the bug, but it's still not quite fixed. Turns out Netflix has a thing where you can download your viewing history. I guess I watched over 100 hours, or around 100 hours of content in August. Damn. I currently don't have Netflix. I need to get a girlfriend so that I can have Netflix again. Somebody made an issue on GitHub. Keep percent format was added. Yeah, there's some like potentially unsafe rewrites of pyupgrade on percent format to curly format. Cool. Handle that. What else is in my email? Some rebased PR. 13% of the month was spent watching Netflix. Holy shit. I don't. I guess I could get my YouTube usage. Let's see. GDPR YouTube export. Export viewing history YouTube. I don't really watch Netflix, but I do watch a lot of YouTube. Can I export YouTube's personal history? Google.com/takeout. Damn, there's a lot of stuff here. Maybe I'll do that another time. But I think it would be interesting to look at it. I spend quite a lot of time watching YouTube. I should stop watching so much YouTube because I get like nothing out of it. Because it's usually just like I'm trying to wind down, I'll watch some like video game streams and then go to sleep. Check out origin master. Partially quoted annotations. Let's see. Fakes, false positive with partially quoted annotations. Cool. I guess I should run the test suite, talks, py37, py27, Python 3.8, sure. Those seem like 3 decent versions to try. I should try Python 3.5. Is Python 3.5 even supported? What failed? Flake line. Man, I'm so spoiled by pre-commit. Yeah, because pre-commit would have showed me that while I was committing instead of letting me commit garbage. Oh, that's not good. Which version did that fail in? Huh. 3.8. Did they change how this works again? Subscript has dang it. Oh, that's annoying. Right. So CPython did this, in my mind, like really obnoxious thing. But you know what? I don't know, it makes their code slightly simpler. But in 3.8, there's this constant type, and all of the, like, very low level type, or like the literal types, so like strings or integers or floats, are now represented as this constant type instead of, they used to be stir or num or bool or name constant or a couple other things, but now they're all deprecated for this new constant thing, which is annoying, but that's why 3.8 is failing, because stir is not actually being called. So I need to fix that, which is annoying. Hey, what's up, Master Tech M32? Oh yeah, you were, I saw you in chat already. But hello again. I canceled Netflix 2 months ago. Nice. Well, I don't even have Netflix at all. I will re-sign up when Stranger Things 4 comes out. True. I've been meaning to watch season 3, but I haven't gotten around to it. Also, I don't have a Netflix account, so that part's hard too. Hey, what's up, Suki? Almost missed the stream. What are you working on? Working on pyflakes, which the bot can tell you about. I did want to check Python 3.5 because I think that's the oldest version that... Oh, it does support 3.4. Do I have 3.4 installed? I do not. I can install it. But I don't. I'll let CI handle 3.4. But let's fix Python 3.8 because that's a problem. My 3.8 plus. We already have a constant for that. And I don't need this comment anymore because it's right here in code. How do I want to write this? If is instance no dot value stir, then yeah, I think that's right. It's annoying, but should I have not said half of your name? I'm so sorry. My bad. Also, chat is not filtered, so you can say whatever you want. I will say your full name next time. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person. It's pretty funny though. Let's see, does this fix the issue? Oh my gosh, it does not. Return stir. Oh right, self.stir. My bad. Okay, cool. That fixes 3.8. No problem. It's just funny. Yeah. A little embarrassing, but funny. Yes. Cool, so that fixes 3.8. Bitches, how's it going? Yeah. Oh, that's gonna get clipped. Let's see. Okay, so we still have this case here that's not handled properly. So let's handle this one then. Pyflakes test type annotations. Just copy this. Test deferred twice annotation. Yeah, one thing that I want to fix in my text editor is like right now the way of this string, like this highlighting is all sorts of jacked up, and like my Nano currently thinks all of this is a string, which is just garbage. But my text editor will hopefully, assumedly, it will actually tokenize the source and know that this is the string literal and not the rest of the damn file. But till then, I'll just deal with the crappy syntax editing. So now I should have filling test. Now I gotta figure out how to fix it. Now I have to figure out how to fix it. Oh, I see OX Hash has joined the Discord. Thank you for joining there. If anyone else wants to join, it's bang Discord and chat. Sometimes Vim also does things with code highlight. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. I actually don't know anything. I don't know the slightest about syntax highlighting, so I'm gonna be learning all sorts of different stuff when I go to tackle syntax highlighting. At least I have the color part working. But that part's perhaps the easy part of syntax highlighting. So I have like colors and that working here, but don't have any syntax highlighting. Eventually I'll get there, but not yet. But yeah, text editors, highlighting, all sorts of fun stuff. But yeah, I've definitely had Vim like crap on me as well, because I don't know how Vim's works, but I feel like it has similar problems. Enemy Lover Zero says, old school RuneScape is so fun. I don't think I ever played RuneScape. I think it's because my parents wouldn't let me play RuneScape, which is probably a good thing. But like all my friends at school played, and so like I don't know, I knew some of the like RuneScape memes and stuff. Like, man, there's this one kid, and I don't remember his name, but he used to say this thing all the time. He would like go up to his friends and be like, "What's your range, guys? What's your range? Are you guys 99 in range yet?" And it'd just be, oh man, I still think about it all the time. And it would crack me up then, but it cracks me up now still. But no, that's all I know about RuneScape. Is apparently you fish for sharks or whatever, and you can bump your range. Enemy Lover Zero also asks, did I ever do C++? I did a lot of C++. University of Michigan, basically their entire program is C++ with some C and a couple other things. But yeah, it's lots and lots of C++. So I spent a lot of time in the C++ dungeon. I don't want to call it a dungeon. I actually kind of like C++. It's a language that I enjoyed working with, mostly because I had a compiler. And C++ 11 isn't that bad, and like as long as you don't use raw pointers, you're pretty much fine. But yeah, I miss fishing. Yeah, I miss fishing in real life. But yeah, I wonder what the kids are playing nowadays. Now that it isn't RuneScape. Man, everyone is playing that. I wasn't playing it, but everyone else was. So I don't need this backslash here. It doesn't. I think if I put backslashes on all of these, it might fix the syntax highlighting slightly. Oops. Like if I put one here, now it knows this is a string, and this is a string. It's kind of fixing it. So this is the trick that I usually use to make Nano okay with things. And it seems to be working for the most part. Ish. But I'm not gonna change every one of these lines. So it's unrelated to the patch. It's not really my code base. It is kind of my code base, but not really. I'm a maintainer on pyflakes, but I don't really say that I have any ownership of it, because I mostly just help out with issues and fix stuff. Oh, they probably will play LOL. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, those kids with their newfangled games and stuff. Oh, I guess they're playing Fortnite or whatever. I forgot about Fortnite. Is Fortnite dead yet? Is it still a thing? I used to play COD, now I play Code. That's true. Okay, so we need to maybe make another state variable in annotation in deferred. So we already defer this annotation here, but we need to further defer. Like it would try and further defer this one, but we don't want it to defer while we're deferring because it just doesn't work. I already tried it. It doesn't work. Deferred. What is deferred assignments? Schedule an assignment handler to be called just after the deferred function handlers. Do we ever use deferred assignments? Oh, right here. Deferred assignment. Seems not. Fine. JD asks, "Hey, what's up? Hope all is well." Yeah, everything's going well. Why is my watch buzzing? It's fine. I must have bumped the button. Yeah, all is well with me. I'm doing fine. I'm puzzling over pyflakes right now, and that's going well. I used to play a lot of Halo. I played a little bit of Halo. I found that I was only good at Halo when I was like significantly inebriated. Maybe because like I was better at being drunk than my friends were at being drunk, so who knows. But I guess I played a lot of Halo. Not that much. I played more Call of Duty than I played Halo. Has anyone in your family failed out of college yet? In my immediate family, no. In my first cousins, no, but I don't know. The probability probably goes up significantly after you go out from there. My like grandparents downwards are pretty. We're all pretty smart, so like failing out is not really a thing that I worry about for those group of people. But I don't know. Don't tell the rest of my relatives, but it gets a little bit more hillbilly the further you go out. So a lot of them don't even go to college. But Anime Lover Zero says, "My birthday was on Thursday." Well, happy belated birthday to you. Hopefully you had a good one. Are you thinking about playing the new Call of Duty? Probably not. I don't know. It probably comes out for PC, right? But I haven't played Call of Duty. I think the last one I played was Modern Warfare. Oh, I think I played the first Black Ops. I played the shit out of Modern Warfare 2. I spent so much time on that game. But I haven't played much since then. I played a lot of World at War. I played a lot of Modern Warfare 2. And I played a little bit of Black Ops. And most of my play of World at War was playing zombies. which was a lot of fun, but haven't played much since then. Not that college equals intelligence. That's true, JD. You can be street smart and like still fail out from like not applying yourself. Like it's not. Yeah, I didn't want to imply that like they're smart, so they're not going to fail out. It's more like they're the type of people that would not try and fail out. And what's up, Salmi999? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well, or evening, or night, or morning, whatever it is for you. Okay, so we want to set in deferred to true here. Hey, and thank you, JD, for the follow. Didn't realize you weren't already following, but thank you for the follow. Following since 14 seconds ago. Thanks, Twitch. So I think I need this state here to tell me whether or not I need to set this variable or not. And hey, Coop56, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure. I think I need the state, but I'm not positive about it. Because I think I need this here. If self dot in deferred. Oops. Yeah. Otherwise, I guess we can just do. This. Oh, I did one too many. Oh well. So if we're deferred, we want to, or if we're, this is backwards. We want to defer the function. We want to run it later if we're not already running the later runs. Otherwise, we want to run it immediately. Why are you buzzing, phone? What are you mad about? Oh, it's Discord. Or it's Messenger. One of the two. One of my friends... This is actually kind of a cool story. So, when I was in... Must have been high school. Yeah, it was high school. I found a vulnerability in Gmail. Let's see... Anthony 14 Gmail. Sure, that's probably that's not enough to find it apparently. Security. Nope. Really? Access S. Surely we'll be able to find it. Oh, here's where I'm cited in a in somebody's like thesis paper. Here we go. In order to blah blah blah, XSS attack. So I found a vulnerability in Gmail that basically you could email someone some JavaScript and it would just run when they open their email, which is super sketch. But I found this a long time ago and I tried to report it as best as I could, but I don't know. I was young, I was dumb. I was just like, oh, I'll just post this on my my blog. And so I posted on my blog. It was on like the front page of Yahoo News and like whatever the big tech platform was back then. I know it was on the front page of dig.com. I don't know if you guys remember dig.com. Is it still around? I know they like pivoted to like curated content a long time ago, but Dig was the Reddit before Reddit. But anyway, I found this like vulnerability, and this like random guy in California who was like, I think he was in middle school at the time, so he was like, I don't know, I want to say he's like 4 or 5 years younger than me, but he like through this blog article found my like AOL Instant Messenger handle and sent me an IM using AIM and was like, hey, I found you on the internet and I want to learn programming. Can you help me out? I saw your like article about Gmail and blah blah blah, and I was like, sure, I can teach you some basics of programming, even though I'm 14 and probably don't know what I'm doing, but I'll help you learn some stuff. And so like I taught him some like the base. I think it was PHP at the time. Taught him some like basics of like getting a website set up and like all sorts of stuff around there, and it was pretty cool. And then we spent a bunch of time playing Minecraft together. which is where the context from the other message on the other screen, the other screen is from. But we played a bunch of Minecraft together, and like with his sister and his friends and some of my friends, and like we spent a lot of time playing Minecraft together. But anyway, he set up like a Minecraft server this weekend. He's probably pinging me like, "Hey, you want to come play Minecraft right now?" Which I'll probably do later, but after the stream. But anyway, that's kind of a long-winded story about how I met this guy from me breaking into Gmail, and and how I still play Minecraft with him all the time. Yeah, we're still friends. Yeah, he comes to San Francisco every once in a while. We hang out and say some stuff. And yeah, I met him IRL and I didn't die. Right? Isn't that wild? Someone that I found on the internet, or someone on the internet who found me, and I met them in real life, and didn't get my organs sold off. But yeah, he's really cool, and his sister and friends are cool too. But did I meet his sister? I don't think I met his sister in real life. We're like friends on Facebook though, so that's basically meeting, right? I sound like an old person now. But anyway, yeah. Long-winded way to talk about that. Okay, so this in annotation is probably no longer correct because we're only setting it in one place. We need to set it in others. In annotation. Yeah, so we probably need to set it in this handle string annotation as well. And in this. Oh. Try string annotations with from future import annotations. So I'm pretty sure this doesn't work either now that I look at this code. We'll have to fix that too. But handle string annotation. Yeah, so we need to set it when we do this walking here. Hey, what's up? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry, but thank you for the follow. Does the Unicode? Oh, I missed it. I wasn't sure if the Unicode displayed properly on the Streamlabs overlay, but thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Sorry I can't pronounce your name. I wish I could speak more languages, but I just can't, so. Yeah, I mean, the script looks Korean, so that's what I'm gonna assume as well. Let's see. Yeah, so handle node. Oh, here we need to set in annotation. Manager def. So it'll read as with annotation context. Basically when I do it that way. Do you use plugins for Nano? So Nano doesn't have any plugins. This is, I guess like the only plugins you can have are NanoRC, and this is my NanoRC. Best bot ever. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, so recursive chat, this is all I set. So this makes searching case sensitive. This turns off line wrapping, because I think line wrapping is annoying. This sets tabs to 4 spaces, or these two things set tabs to 4 spaces. This turns on regex searching, which I should probably put up next to this thing. This turns off the help at the bottom, so usually in Nano... let's see, how do I toggle help? Meta X. So normally in Nano there is this help at the bottom, but I have disabled that so I get 2 more lines of real estate. What else do we have? Set more space. So normally there's always 1 blank line at the top, and I'm like, why would there be a blank line there? So this gets rid of that blank line. This turns off file locking. So like, you know how Vim makes swap files? Nano does as well, but it's like super broken, so I just turned it off. And honestly, I didn't like it in Vim anyway, because like I very frequently open like 2 or 3 copies of the same file in different tabs, and like it's gonna complain at me every time I do that. I'm just tell it to fuck off. And then there's this terrible, terrible key combination. I'll show you what it does. It's basically let me fuck up your file for you. So if I just like Control J, which I accidentally hit all the time because I use K and U, which are next to J. Oh, it didn't mess that one up. Why is it not? How do I trigger this? Is it here? Yeah, there we go. It'll just like I don't even know what it's doing, but it like, if I hold down, maybe. Is this a file which it'll fuck up? Okay, yeah, here's a file where it'll really fuck up. So like, it just like kind of messes up the white space. So I turned off because key combo is annoying. And then these are just syntax highlights, or my own custom syntax highlighting on top of the built-in ones. So here's my like Python syntax highlighting. The closest thing to a plugin, they're actually deleting in the next version of Nano. This is the closest thing to a plugin. You can configure a linter that runs on files. So like when I do a certain key combination, it'll run flake8, and then it'll like step me through fixing each individual line. Other than that, like I do some highlighting, and this is the like wacky string matching stuff that is super broken because it's just based on regexes and doesn't really work. And I highlight trailing white space. Why is it mad about this here? Apparently the syntax highlighters for Nano are slightly broken. Like it thinks this white space is broken. But whatever. I have one funny Nano RC, which is my git ignore configuration. The formatter, which is the other feature that's getting removed or already got removed in the latest version. The formatter that I use for git ignore is Vim. And what this does is it opens Vim in a headless mode, which is what -e-s does. And it runs these 2 commands. It runs :sort, and then it runs wq. So it's a way for me to like take a git ignore, and if I run Control T, it sorts the file for me. That's all it does. But yeah, that's my setup. But my new editor will have less configuration than that because it'll just do most of those things by default. Because why would I support other stuff if I'm never gonna use it? I don't miss autocomplete. There is a tab complete in Nano. It's just really bad. But I probably will implement something like that with like language servers or whatever in let's see if I can. What is the key combination? Control bracket, which I think is the same as the escape key. No? Yeah, so there is a tab complete. Like I just type T and it knows to complete this, and like down here if I type like GET. What do you mean no matches? Well, it's bad. It doesn't know how to do it. Oh, that time it worked. Why did it work here but not down there? Okay, yeah, it's completely broken. It doesn't know that underscores are part of variable. Yeah, it's not good. But anyway, I do sometimes miss autocomplete. Like, honestly, when I use Visual Studio, it's just like Control Space the whole day, and it just kind of writes the code for you. But I don't know. One day. That'll fix the current test I have, I think. Assuming I have valid syntax, line 1618. Assuming parentheses there. Didn't import context lib. Import context lib. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? Thank you for the resub. Lol Nano in 2019. There's a command for that. Have you tried PyCharm? Yes, I have tried PyCharm. Well, I used IntelliJ for a while. It was good. I liked it. It just like my biggest thing with not using a terminal editor is I switch like back and forth between projects a lot and like spend a lot of time in temporary directories, and so I don't know. Using a full-blown IDE is just a lot of work for me. What? What is this? I know that there's like a meme around Tall Pikachu, but maybe I don't understand it. No, I don't know. That's not what I want. Do I have to search Tall Pikachu meme now? Is this actually from the anime? That actually happened? Thanks, I hate it, Tall Pikachu. Why? This looks so weird. What is this? Why is this a thing? I'm not gonna scroll through Google Images. We're gonna end up getting banned. But yes, good memes. I approve. Okay, so that fixed that test. What do we do? We added this in deferred. And we changed to context manager there. And here we just run the function immediately if we're deferred. What's with all the periods and S's? So this is the output from unit tests instead of PyTest. I could use PyTest and you'll get dots and S's as well. The S's are skipped tests. PyTest has a lot of tests that are version specific. And so like, I don't know, I think these ones are... Why is this one skipped? Turn with arguments inside generator. Oh. Oh yeah, this is a syntax error in old versions of Python. Not in new versions of Python. But yeah, like if we run with Python 2, discover Discover pyflakes. You can see like there's a lot more S's. These are probably the type annotation tests. Is there verbose? Yeah. I see. But yeah, you can see like a bunch of the tests are skipped. Okay, so this fixes deferred type annotations. But there's still from future import annotations that I need to handle. Bugshash says, well, sadly I have to go. It's been nice to catch one of your streams again. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, my friends. Hope to see you around in the future. Yeah, always good to chat, and I'll see you around. What was the... I have a to-do file, which shows me try string annotations with from future. 3.7. Huh. It worked, but I didn't expect it to work. Oh, okay, so this doesn't work. But it should, but it doesn't. It's like, what does mypy say about that? mypy says it's fine. Okay, cool. Do you still have stitches? No, they're out now. I took them out myself, which maybe not the best idea, but I don't know. There were only 3 of them, and I kind of know how to do it, so I just followed directions on the internet and took them out. It's basically sterilize the area and with rubbing alcohol or whatever. Didn't want to pay $1,000 to take off. No, it would have been free, or $5 copay or something. It's more just I didn't want to talk to someone on the phone. And schedule an appointment, because none of the medical clinics around my house are open on Saturdays, and I didn't want to take time off work, and I don't know, it was a whole deal, and I was just fuck it, it's 3 stitches, it's not infected, I'll just do it. And so I just sterilized, and let's see. It's super easy with a set of tweezers and some small scissors. Just you basically, it was hard because it's one-handed, so I had to tweeze well, no. I would take the scissors and get underneath the stitch and cut it, and then take the tweezers and pull it through. It was fine. It wasn't that big a deal. It was actually did in the bathroom at work. And I had gauze and rubbing alcohol and sterilized the area. And it's fine. It's mostly healed now. There'll be a super awesome scar there when it's done, but kind of I'm actually surprised how well it's healed, given it was gushing blood 2 weeks ago. But yeah, it's good. On company property, so if anything goes wrong, you get workers' comp. Yeah, that was what I was going for. Technically, it wasn't inside the office. It was in the office building, but it was in the shared space. So maybe it's. Did you sterilize the utensils? Yes, I did. I know what I'm doing. Kind of. My mom is a pharmacist, and she's done similar things before, so I didn't feel so bad just like trying it. And honestly, if anything went wrong, there was a hospital like right down the road, so I could have done that. Test partial string annotations with future annotations. Alright, I stayed for the story. Good night, everyone. Yeah. Have a good one. I just have to keep telling stories and then you'll never leave. That's how this works, right? Okay, so I think this is failing. 3.7. Yes, we have one best bedtime story. Yes, let me tell you about the grotesque way that I removed stitches from my hand that was previously gushing blood. Definitely something that I would want to hear right before I go to bed. Okay. Yeah, while OX Hash and chat tell story. You're stuck forever. Annotation. So we're going into this block right now, and we need to run this function while this is true. I could change this from being a context manager to instead be a decorator. And then I could decorate this function and this function and this function. I think that's what I'll do. Nah, sounds pretty normal, to be honest. I've removed all my own stitches. Okay, well, everyone I've told this story was like, "You did what?" Ah. But I don't know. Camel case and snake case. Yeah, this is a really, really old code base. I'm trying to move as much of it to snake case as possible, so that's why there's a mix. Like, all the new code is snake case, all the old code is camel case. It's kind of obnoxious. But yeah, I'm gonna make a decorator. In annotation. Just a simple decorator here. Hey, what's up, Sky Blue? Thank you for the resubscription. It's greatly appreciated. Hey, now we're up to 12 subscriptions again. We're almost up to the number we were at the beginning of the stream. But thank you very much. Hey, what's up, Dennis01245? Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this is a decorator. So a decorator takes a function and returns a function. So we take in this function here. We make a new function, which is self and stararg star quarks. Do we need to pass along self? I think, maybe. We modify self to set in annotation. Oh, why not functools.reps? Because I'm a noob. I was gonna get there eventually. Thank you. What are you working on? I'm working on pyflakes, which I'm working on it's a linter for Python code. I'm fixing a particular edge case of type annotations and making sure that they work properly. Dennis says, I'm trying to pick up Unity. Do you think it's best to work towards a game I want to make rather than watching tutorials to learn? So it depends. It depends on how much you know. Like if you've written some code before, a tutorial is probably not going to be as helpful as just like trying to build it. But if you haven't worked with like Unity or any other, or if you haven't worked with any other like rendering engines before, I would suggest like go through a tutorial. That said, like building something for yourself is probably the best way to learn something. Well, at least that's my opinion on learning things. Like if I want to learn something, I'm just gonna go build it and kind of make that happen. And so that's kind of my strategy learning stuff. So depends, but yeah. Hopefully that was helpful. I'll Twitch that says, do you work a lot on Python linters? Here we go. I do, yes. So I created this framework called Precommit, which is a linter formatter framework thing, which is kind of how I got started working on linters and stuff. I'm also a maintainer of Flake 8, which is the linter framework for Python. I guess there's also Pylint, but I maintain Flake 8. I'm also a maintainer for GitHub for pyflakes, which is what I'm working on today. Although I only recently joined this project, and most of the stuff that I do here is like bug fixes or like stuff to make Flake 8 work better. But I've also written a bunch of like code formatters and code linters and other stuff, mostly to support Precommit. So like here's a bunch of like linters and code formatters that I wrote as part of Precommit hooks. I guess some other people wrote these, but I wrote the original ones, and we've just added or removed some since then. I've contributed to AutoPep8, which is a code formatter. I've contributed a little bit to isort, but I've also written my own import sorter, which is somewhere in here. Why are mine not first? Okay, yeah, I wrote an import sorter myself. I've written a couple code formatters and some other interesting things associated with that. But yeah, I spent a lot of time on linters and stuff. Sukilatum asks, just wondering why Flake 8 is on GitLab and not on GitHub. So, from what I understand, I might be wrong here. I might be projecting a little bit, but the maintainer before I was the primary maintainer of Flake 8, went on like a anti-GitHub rampage, from what I understand, and like moved a bunch of projects from GitHub to GitLab, and so that's why there's like GitLab. That's why there's a bunch of GitLab projects here. These all are like, well, some of them are mirrors, but some of them are like the Flake 8 plugins that this individual created. So that's my understanding. I kind of wish it was on GitHub, but what are you gonna do, I guess. But that's what I understand. I could be wrong, but hopefully I'm not. Hopefully I'm not projecting incorrectly here. Hello, JustCron0. Hope you're doing well. I'll Twitch that asks, does Lyft use a lot of Python? Yes, we do. We have several hundred services, and probably about 80% of them are Python services. Most of the other ones are Go or JavaScript or Java. Like it's probably like 80 to 90% Python, then like 20 or 10 to 20% Go, and then like 2% of everything else. But yeah, we use a lot of Python. Hey, what's up, Jonathan Nados? Jonathan Nados. Thank you for the follow. While I sit here and stutter. Oh yeah, I should transfer them. I don't know if that would go over so well. But yeah, like I'm currently a maintainer of this one, mostly because I just made a tiny bug fix. I'm also a maintainer of this one, again because I made a bug fix, and Flake8, which is the important one. They're all important, but I feel like Flake8 is slightly more important than the other ones. But yeah. Okay, so I wrote this little decorator guy here in annotations. If I apply that to these, I'm gonna get rid of this. Oh, right. That's the problem with opening two editors. Maybe this is why I should use the locking feature, but whatever. I don't, so sue me. So here's where we want to do this, so that we are decorating the handle node function so that I don't know that this is going to work. We'll see. The test suite will hopefully tell us. Let me get rid of this. It seems to have worked, although that test is skipped in Python 3.6, so we'll see what happens in 3.7. Nope. Name object has no attribute in annotation. Yeah, so this didn't work like I expected. I can do this. It's a little bit jank, but it works. Ish. Am I a monolith or a microservices person? I do like microservices. I do not like monoliths. Mostly, I mean, most of my opinions about them are like, if I had a team to manage a monolith, I would probably be fine with it. The problem is, like, you really need like an entire team where that's all they work on is tooling to make monoliths work, and Lyft doesn't have that. Yelp didn't have that, despite having a monolith. I guess in a way, like, my team was almost the like monolith management team, and it fucking sucked. Holy shit, it was so bad. But yeah, I don't really like monoliths. That said, I hear when they're done right, they are better, which is fine. In a lot of ways, like, I've written enough tooling to make microservices look like monoliths. Like, I wrote this this tool called all repos, and the idea behind all repos is it allows you to clone every repository and then apply sweeping changes over them. So you can see, like, if I cd into this directory, I can find, let's say, I find all my usage of import config parser in my Python source that I've written. So I can do all repos grep, which will do a distributed grep across all my code bases, and you can see, like, these are the places where I've used config parser. Or I could do, like, all repos sed, we'll just do something garbage. even though this is completely wrong. No, I would never ever do this. Dry run, so I don't actually do this. In Python files, and then commit message. Yes, oh. You're so annoying, YouTube. They changed the, like, are you still listening to please subscribe to YouTube Premium or whatever. Branch. Actually, I think I can leave this out. Yeah, so I can use like all repos sed, which will go through each of my repositories and try and do a find and replace on them. Most of these are no ops. Actually, we can probably can short circuit this by selecting the repos. All repos, grab repos, import config parser in start.py. And so this will limit it just to those repos. And you can see like, here's a distributed refactor that I might apply. Obviously I wouldn't apply this one because it's garbage, but it was just like an example there. But yeah, I've written enough tools to like make micro repos and microservices kind of work like monoliths. What do you work on for Lyft, and what did I work on for Yelp? I guess we'll start at Yelp because that's probably the logical progression. I was hired as a JavaScript developer to work on front end, which sounds funny as I'm working on Python linters, but I worked on JavaScript for a little bit. Then I realized that in order to be more productive, I needed to be more of a full stack developer. So I learned Python, and then learned the like Yelp backend, and so I was more of like a full stack developer. And then another engineer and I recognized that because at the time Yelp had one monolithic code base and it was like millions of lines of Python and like really hard to maintain. But another engineer and I realized that that was not going to continue to be productive moving forward, and so we were like, well, let's build a team to try and like split some of this stuff out, but at the same time like make developers as productive as possible inside this repository. So we formed a team called WebCore. The idea behind WebCore was like web frameworks and productivity tools. Then I worked on WebCore for quite a while. It eventually turned back into a JavaScript team, which is maybe a little bit ironic, but you know, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. But it was like JavaScript infrastructure, so like building React shit and like Webpack and all that stuff. But then I left Yelp for a bunch of reasons. And then I came to Lyft, and I was hired on the infrastructure team. In particular, the team was called provisioning, but they were responsible for both production and the development stack. And at the time, it was like 4 of us, and so it was like four small developers dealing with 600 other developers. Hey, what's up, Lipe Lima? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, then I worked on provisioning team, which split into 4 different teams, and the team that I eventually ended up on and I'm currently on is called Developer Experience, and we build tools and software that make developers productive, and we manage the developer environments and all that other stuff. That's what I've been working on since then. But hopefully that gives you some context there. What was I doing? Okay, so we switched this context to be a decorator. And then we defer with this decorator. Then we wrote test for it. Oh, and there's trailing white space in this file, which I have to manually fix because there isn't a nice code formatter in use in this repository. Let's run the tests in a bunch of different versions and make sure that everything is still happy and working, and it's not. Got rid of context lib. Which makes sense. It is a little bit ironic that Flake8 or pyflakes is using an old version of Flake8. And the reason it's broken is because I broke it. because I added type annotations to some of the functions in pyflakes, but then I didn't import the typing stuff, so pyflakes fails on itself right now. It's a little bit silly, but... Hey, what's up, Mutually Assured Seduction? Thank you for the follow. That's a cool name. Mutually Assured Seduction. What's the most popular Python linter, or what would you recommend as the right one for most people? I think Flake8's the most popular linter. For like a code formatter, I would probably just suggest using like Black or whatever. I don't use Black myself. I use a set of other linters that do basically the same thing, but in a slightly different way, with slightly fewer opinions about some stuff. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. There's also Pylint, but I find Pylint to be slightly too picky. Don't get me wrong, like Pylint has a lot of really good lint rules. I just find that like the default configuration is not very inviting and often like has lots of false positives. But they optimized for different approaches on different things, and so it kind of makes sense. Do you do open source during working hours? Not supposed to, but I do. Because I would just lose my damn mind if I couldn't. But yeah, I sometimes work on open source during work hours. I can justify it when it directly contributes to like Lyft stuff. So, like Lyft uses Precommit and Flake8 and PyTest and pyflakes and a bunch of the other things that I've written. And so like I can kind of justify working on those things during work hours if they're like directly related to someone's ask on particular issues and stuff. But I don't work on whatever I want to work on open source, which would be cool if I could, but it makes sense why I can't. So I don't really complain about that. And sometimes I work on other open source that's not my projects that is like related. Lyft is a Flask shop, and so I spent some time working on this Werkzeug library. Hey, what's up? It's Conquer. Thank you for the follow. Werkzeug is the backing HTTP library that Flask uses, and I made some change. We had like a service rollout, the latest version, and there was like this big memory leak, and I fixed the memory leak. I also worked on this on stream, so if you want to check out this episode, let me shamelessly self-promote right now. If you want to check out when I worked on this memory leak, it's actually a really cool episode. It's up on YouTube. It's currently one of my most viewed stream videos, but yeah, that's another another thing that I've worked on during work. Hey, what's up? I'll Twitch that. Thank you for the follow. You've been in chat for quite a while, but you didn't follow. No, I'm just messing. Thank you for the follow. Mutually Assured Seduction asks, isn't there a standard one, PEP8 or something? Yes. So PEP8 is a document that describes the suggested style guideline for Python. There isn't an official linter for it. However, this is a whole story. There's a tool called pycodestyle, which used to be called PEP8, but apparently Guido got mad at them and like threatened to kick them off of pypy or some shit, and was like, "You should rename your project to something that doesn't say PEP in it." And so they renamed the project and like broke every Python linter for like a week because like people scrambled to like fix all of the imports and shit from like PEP8 to pycodestyle, and like people still pip install PEP8 and it's like hilariously out of date and like super broken. We get bug reports for it all the time, and it's a mess. But pycodestyle attempts to somewhat faithfully implement PEP8 as a linter. Is the screen freezing? I mean, I'm not doing anything right now. Is it frozen? It looks fine for me. I'm seeing the like delayed stream. I don't know. It looks fine on my end. I'm not dropping... Oh, I've dropped 19 frames today, so maybe I just dropped some frames? Who knows? I'm glad it's not like it was... What was it, like 3 or 4 weeks ago? Oh, it must have been more than that. Man, my internet was like fucked for like 3 weeks for like no explanation. And then it just magically fixed itself. And yes, I'm playing with scissors now because they're sitting on my desk. I have a fidget problem, as you can tell. What was I saying? Okay, so yeah, so Pycode style tries to implement some of the PEP8 suggestions. There's some stuff that is either like impossible to implement in the winter because it's like opinion based or ambiguous, but it tries to implement all the codes for it. And in fact, like this document has flipped back and forth on some of the recommendations a couple of times. So Pycode style implements both sides, and like you can select which one you want, which I think it's annoying that this document is switched back and forth. The one that I really don't agree with is this one. This is how I would write this code. This is what they suggest. And it looks fine for like addition and subtraction, but like this is super annoying. And this is one thing that I don't like about black, is black forces you into this method. But it does it for all binary operators, so not just plus and minus, but like and or and like everything else. I like when all of the things you're doing binary stuff with end up lined up. Here they're just like, one's here, one's slightly over here, sometimes they're even slightly further over, but I don't know, I'm just gonna gripe about that. But is it possible to run all hooks of a repository? Yes. No. There is not. This is intentional. Repositories could add and remove hooks at any time, and configuration is explicit to include or exclude them. To upgrade / downgrade. Labels question. Cool. Okay. Well, hopefully that explains that stuff. Let me close all my tangent tabs and think about more edge cases, I guess. Although I think I'm done. I think this works. Just push this up and make a PR. Had to make sure you are worth a follow. Nice. I see how it is. It's good. It's good. I'm glad I lived up to your standards. Put those scissors away before you get stitches again. Okay. I've thrown them on the floor. They're now out of my reach. I can still play with tweezers though. I don't think those will hurt me. I guess I could like stab myself with them. Maybe I should do that. Cool. What was the one I was working on? I was working on 447. Yeah, so this PR handles 3 different cases. One is the original thing, which is partially quoted annotations. The next one is the doubly quoted annotations, which is like the weird edge case that I found while looking into this. And then the last is the from feature import annotation stuff. And we refactored the old typing overload detection to be more generic, or any typing attribute. Then I added this decorator, which sets this in annotation or not. We added 2 state variables in order to implement this. One is whether we're in an annotation, the other is whether we're deferred or not. That way we can eagerly run any functions if we're already in a deferred state. Which actually, I wonder if I should just use this inside the handle deferred. Nah, it's probably fine as it is. Then we wrote a specialization for stir, which is, this is like the whole implementation of the issue. This is the actual fix here. And we check if we're in an annotation but not in literal. Because literal can take strings normally. And then we had to add special Python 3.8 code, because Python 3.8 is special snowflake. And then we wrote tests for it. Cool, looks good. Hopefully someone else thinks it looks good. I wrote an implementation of this in 479. Would appreciate anyone to try it out and review the code. Yeah, because pyflakes has this kind of weird like double sign-off model where like 2 people have to +1 in order to merge it. So even if like randos +1, it's still useful. But you know, hopefully someone else is interested in this and we'll review that. Also, hopefully we'll see if oh, it already succeeded on Windows and Linux, so we're good. How do you skip all hooks in pre-commit? Is there some kind of skip equals double under all? So if you wanted to skip absolutely everything, I would just suggest you use no verify. But I rarely suggest using no verify. What no verify does is it bypasses all Git hooks. Yeah, so there's just you would just use git commit -- no verify. But every time you use no verify, a puppy dies. So think about the puppies. Bible Fox says, "Damn it, Anthony, put your shit away." Mom probably, yeah. My mom watched my stream, she would probably be like, "Stop playing with scissors." It'd be kind of funny if my mom watched my stream. I don't know if she'd understand anything that's going on, but that's fine. Hi, Mom! Okay, so we did that. Now I want to work on my text editor. Clean some stuff up here. And we'll start working on that. Oh, and I can do a little command thing. What am I going to do in my text editor? Trying to make saving work in my text editor. Does that link work? Hopefully. Cool. Okay. Done with pyflakes. Gotta move on to text editor stuff. Why is my phone buzzing again? Oh, it's more Discord. More of you joined the Discord? Is that what's going on? I see. Yes, more people joined Discord. Hello? Now, hopefully the notification will go away on my phone. And it did. Yay. Cool. Okay, so my text editor can currently edit text. Like I can modify text here, but I can't save. There's no Control S. There's no save when there's no prompt to save when I exit. And so I want to make those things work. So kind of the like design that I want here when exiting, it should only check to save if the file's been modified. I guess let me just do the saving part first. That's the easiest part. Just like Control S, make that save, and then I can worry about the quitting saving later, because it'll be slightly different. At least I think. Hey, what's up, Mbrax? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. I'm actually gonna get a drink of water. I'll be right back, and then we'll jump into this. Hello, hello, I'm back. I have an idea to make a poster pointing a finger like Uncle Sam if you skip hooks. Yeah, that's pretty good. Don't skip the hooks. Don't do it. Yeah, so the behavior that I want here, so right now if we like edit something, and in Nano if I do Control S, it immediately saves. It doesn't do any prompting. Although I think if I write it out in another thing and I do save, yeah, it says it changed and then prompts for saving. And I eventually want to make this behavior suck less, because right now it's like, file is modified, who knows what the difference is, and there's not really a good way to say like what changed in both files. And so eventually what I want to do is have babi pop up like a vimdiff looking thing that shows you kind of the three-way diff between, or not three-way diff, I guess it would just be a normal diff between what's in the buffer here and what's on disk. But I kind of have to implement this logic right now. I'm not really sure quite what to do with it, but that's what I like. And the other annoying thing is if the file contents is exactly the same and I save, if I save, it still complains about the file contents being different, and I don't want, like, I want my editor to be smarter about this, so I'm actually going to use like SHA-256 and like check the checksum of the file and see if it's the same as either the original checksum or the checksum that's about to be saved, and like skip this this like oldness check, modified check. But anyway, that's the idea. I mentioned this in my Discord, but I think it'd be funny to implement on stream, completely unrelated. So if you watch my stream, I run ls a lot, very much a lot. I also run get status a lot. In fact, what was the command I used? So I can find it in Discord. On my like work computer, it was something around like 30% of my command, or was it 16% or is it 30%? A lot of the commands that I run are ls or get status. And so what I want to do is make like a stream overlay that just shows how often I run ls and get status. Where the fuck is this? I don't even remember what day it was on here. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, that's not. Dang it. People say a lot of stuff here, I guess. Oh, here we go. I found it. This command. So there were 158 commands in my in that history. If I put a space in front of it, it doesn't go into the history, which is why I'm prefixing spaces here. So yeah, 16% of my commands are ls or get status. I wonder how many are nano t.py. Because I bet there's a bunch of those too. ls, get status, or nano t.py. Well, only like 30-ish. But I think it would be funny to like make stats and like on the like OBS overlay, just like put it underneath, like right down here. Put like, you know, like number of ls runs, number of get status runs, number of nano t.pies. Just like, I don't know, I think it'd be a funny thing to show on the stream. But I don't know, I don't think I'll implement it this stream, but maybe next stream we'll work on that. I think it's actually not that hard. I just have to learn a lot about how history works. Doesn't the history reset on reboot? Yes. The plan would be like per stream to show it. But actually, I don't think history resets on reboot. At least not with my, or not in the default bash setup, but I think the way you would do it is you can use prompt command, which runs in between every command, and you can run like functions and stuff in there, and you would read the history based on that. Have you tried bash powerline? I have. I just don't really like it. I find that it's like kind of noisy most of the time, and like a lot of time, like I don't know if you've noticed, but I tend to stick to vanilla tools a lot more than other stuff. So like this is the total of my bash RC. So skip interactive mode. This is my history settings. I really should set this to be bigger because sometimes I want to look at more of my history. I have a PS1. All it does is like, it's the standard Ubuntu one, but it puts a line break before the $sign here, just so that it this is actually, I originally did it because it works better on stream, so you guys can see what commands I'm typing instead of like folding halfway through the line. So that's why that is that way. I turn on colors for, I don't even know what less pipe is. I don't know what this is. What is shell equals bin /sh less pipe? I guess it sets something up? I don't know. I don't think I've ever used less pipe, so I don't know what this does. This sets the ls color output, and this turns on bash completion. I have very few aliases. Oh, this is my old aliases. Let me update. So these are my bash aliases. There's not that many. These ones are to make ls and grep have color, also to make grep line buffered instead of buffered. This makes it so like if you receive a line from a stream and you're grepping it, it'll immediately show on your output instead of like buffering it indefinitely. Or until like grep's internal buffer fills up, which I find really annoying. Then I have some typos, and then I have some just kind of lolsy aliases. This is due to like quoting. This is so I can do cry and it'll print a sad face, but I can also do cry softly and it won't print the word softly. Whereas if I do what the fuck foo, it'll still print foo, which is kind of annoying. But that's why those are there. That's so not that many aliases. I put home/bin on the path, and I have a couple prompt commands. The first one automatically runs precommit install if it's a precommit hook, which is kind of obsolete after I added this init template dir thing here. There's the longer explanation. Here's the longer explanation. Init template dir allows you to automatically enable precommit on clone, so you don't have to run precommit install all the time using a git template. Why did the music stop? Oh, I just switched songs, I see. So I could use this instead of my bash hack. Bash hack works, so I haven't fixed it yet. I use activator, which is a way to automatically activate virtual env. So for instance, if I cd into my Twitch chatbot, you'll see that it automatically activated this virtual env, and the way it did that was there's these two files here. One of them is just a symlink to the virtual env's activate script. The other one is just a script that says deactivate. And so if I cd out of it, it will unset that, and that's done with prompt command, the same as the pre-commit auto thing. I have this file, python rc.py. This enables tab completion in Python 2. I'll be able to delete this soon, which is exciting. Hey, what's up, Simple Nico17? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'll be able to delete this soon, because I'll stop using Python 2. Yay! It's been too long. I'll let Python 2 die a sad, slow death. I export visual and editor so that tools will use Nano instead of VI or whatever else they'll use. I do some Debian packaging, so it's useful to have these exported. And then depending on my computer, I have some like extra files that I throw into bashrc.d. I don't think I have any on this machine. No, I don't. But on my work machine, I have one that sets up git clone tab completion for Lyft repositories, because there's like 2,000 of them, and so it's better to tab complete them. And that's it. I'm pretty vanilla besides that. Have you considered switching to i3 window manager? I have considered it. I haven't tried it. I don't know how much work it is to set up. Ideally, I would be able to automate it. So right now, all of my Linux machines are managed using Puppet, and so I have like a set of modules that what's one that's useful? Editor, sure. Oh, that one's not that interesting. The packages names things aren't that interesting. Let's see. Pigeon, sure. So like I've automated setting up all of my utilities on my computer. And like if I were to switch to a window manager, I would want to automate setting up the window manager as well. I haven't tried it, and then 2 haven't automated it. So if I try it and I like it, I'll automate it and then like add this to here. But I only have so much time to try these things, so that's why I have like very, very vanilla setup. Only 85 lines of bash aliases. That's not so bad. Simple Nico asks, "Hey, any good Python books you can recommend?" The only one that I haven't read too many books myself. The one that I know that I can recommend is the PyTest book. This one? This one? Yeah, it's this one. This book is great. I know the author also. He's pretty cool. He runs a podcast called Test and Code, which I've been on a couple times. Has the new episode come out? No. So like, here's an episode by me with 2 different spellings in my last name, but you know, whatever. It's fine. It's close enough. Actually, I wonder what happens if you Google misspelling my name. Does Google know? Oh man, that's amazing. Oh, that's funny. This is the first result for the typo of my name too. That's great. Huh. But Google knows. Oh, there's my GitHub profile. I don't know any of these people. Nope, still not me. Definitely none of those are me. This one's me. No, we're not going to scroll through Google Images. But anyway, yeah, I can recommend the PyTest book. It's good for Python testing. It's not necessarily like a learn Python kind of book though, so if that's what you're looking for, I don't really have any recommendations there. Sorry. But pretty good. I bought a copy of it. It's at work somewhere. I don't know who has that right now. Someone took it off my desk, so someone is reading it. It's not me, but it's a good book. Hey, what's up, Sidu? Siduo? Ah. One of those is probably right. The rest of them were definitely wrong. Sorry I mispronounced your name. But hello. But yeah, I don't have that many dot files. They're all versioned in here. So bash aliases, bash RC we already saw. Oh, this doesn't have a password in it. Yeah, this is fine. Git config, I don't have very much. I have like two typos, typo aliases. I turn on color because everyone likes color. I set my email address, I set my editor, and if I need to... Oh, this is annoying. I use this like so infrequently that I always forget how to do it, so I wrote myself a wiki page for it. But when you have to contribute to like Git and the Linux kernel, you have to send a patch by email, which I think is wild. Like, why would you? Like, you're using this version control system. Why wouldn't you just use the version control system? But oh well. But anyway, here's how I've documented this for myself in the future. But this send email command requires this this setting here, and so this is how I can send email from Git. I have a Mercurial configuration, but I don't use Mercurial that often, so in fact I don't know how to use Mercurial. We looked at the NanoRC earlier. There's P2B-RC. This also I will not need when I stop using Python 2, because P2B has tab completion by default, but this enables it for Python 2. PyPI-RC. This is uploading PyPI. Just lists the usernames and targets. Already looked at Python RC, and then the only other file I have is tmux.rc or tmux.conf. Why did I turn mouse on? I don't know. But trying to pronounce my real name, Sid Ahmed. Oh, that's easier. Oh, that's easy for me. Assuming I'm close. Assuming I'm right. But hello, Sid. Right, so that's my dot files. What were we actually doing? Oh, I was gonna make saving work in my editor. And I saw a GitHub had a notification, so I'm gonna look at this notification first. Submodules. Fun. Oh, this isn't even submodule. This is like you have to check out in a specific way. Huh. Is this not a word? Repeatability? It's a word now. So this person is asking why I haven't implemented this obvious feature. And it's because I don't want to. And because it's, one, it's hard, and two, it's slow, and three, it's like not something everyone is going to use. Repetition is not a better word. Yeah. But like, I want to talk about the quality of being repeatable. So I think that word is actually, the fake word that I'm using is actually what I want. Latest. Let's see if we can find closed issues about latest. This one. So here's one of the issues. See if the other one we can find as well. All hooks. Oh, buddy. Search is not necessarily what I would want. Is that gonna narrow it down further? Maybe? Not that page. Just do this in good open source manner and just close it as a won't fix with no comment. Yeah. I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to be a dick. Man, some of these are real old. Books contains entries that are not working. What is this? Whoops. They were running old versions of things. Surprise, surprise. Oh, hey, this eventually got implemented. Oh, well. This the one that I talked about? 548, 731 are related. 731. See if this is the issue that I'm thinking of. No, this is the like repository problem. 1069 is also a dupe of this. Hey, what's up, McGall? Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through GitHub right now. This is probably super enticing. This was a cool feature that eventually happened. Too much data pre-downloaded when not needed. Oh, we ended up fixing that. Hey, what's up, Nikumumber? I'm sorry, that one's, I'm definitely wrong there, but thank you for the follow. Hope we're doing well. I always reply to bug reports with one thing in mind. What would Theo Durand write? I don't know who that is. Theo Durand. He's an OpenBSD developer. Is he one of the like really mean people? What? They can't even build a secure system, let alone a secure virtualized system. Wait. You've been smoking something really mind-altering, and I think you should share it. Yeah, that sounds like something I would definitely not say. Oh, why can I not find this? You normally prize shut up and write some code. Yeah, that's not me. I'm not gonna do that. This is exactly what pre-commit was designed to prevent. It's like this is exactly the scenario that pre-commit is designing against. Is the traditional way that companies set this up is they have like one bash script on all of their development hosts and some configuration management system that bumps that repeatedly, and every repo symlinks to that file. And then if you add or remove a linter, suddenly either like all of your repositories are broken because they weren't ready for that linter, or like actually that's pretty much what happens when you update it. You either bump a version or update it, you break all your repositories, and so all of your builds turn red immediately. Whereas with pre-commit, the like plan or like the whole design of pre-commit is that each individual repository controls its own versions, and so as you update them or change them, like you can do that atomically, and you can do it on a repo by repo basis. So that's the whole reason why this is not a thing. And I think until people like completely understand that, it's kind of hard to see why you would want such a thing. But like the number of times I've been fucked by random system binary updating and like breaking everything is just like very, 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 very obnoxious. And so that's why all of this is set up that way. That's why everything is versioned and works that way. But yeah. Anyway, the answer is no. It's still no, and it's going to be no. That's why. What else is in my email? Past, and this discussion, and someone complaining about a PR that I said no to. I don't say no to everyone. This one is just like, I want to change some private implementation details. And it's like, why are you doing that? Oh, because I'm doing a thing that I'm not supposed to be doing. Oh, weird. Why are you doing a thing that you're not supposed to be doing? But anyway, let's make saving work. So I'm going to make Control S do save. Normally I would write a test for this first, but I kind of want to experiment with the implementation and then eventually get to what it'll do. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll add Control S as save and make a function for save. Movement editing. Okay, so these are movement. Nano has syntax highlighting? What witchcraft is this? I've never seen this before. Yeah, Nano has syntax highlighting. My editor, Babi, does not yet have syntax highlighting. But, oh, that's not Babi. Right, and save is not fine, so I can't even show you yet. Babi does not have syntax highlighting. It eventually will, but it doesn't yet. But eventually it will. Syntax highlighting is gonna be so hard. I don't even, because I know nothing about like how syntax highlighting works. There's like a note that I left to myself about. Did I do this? Did I leave a note? Hopefully I did. There was some format that someone suggested, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, cool. Oh, I didn't. Damn it. I'll have to watch my own videos. Dang it. Was it TextMate? Syntax highlighting. I think it was TextMate. Yeah, because this link is purple. Okay, cool. Syntax highlighting. Gotta make it happen eventually. The hint that chat gave me is to implement it using TextMate syntax. This is apparently what VS Code does and makes it easy to get a bunch of existing syntax highlighting, working quickly. Gotta parse that format. And then the actual tokenization, etc. Yeah, I don't know how syntax highlighting is going to work, but it's going to be a big issue and a lot of things to do there. Do you always use Nano, like at work as well? Yes, I do. I didn't used to. I used to use, well, when I worked at a .NET shop, I guess if I worked at another .NET shop, I would use Visual Studio again. But I haven't worked at .NET in a long time, not since like 2009. Which is when I graduated high school. But I used to use Eclipse to do Python, and then I switched to IntelliJ, and then I worked remote for a week, and IntelliJ was way too slow, and so I switched back to Nano, which I had used briefly at school, and then I developed a muscle memory and haven't switched back, and yeah. Sequel Adam says, a rule of thumb for maintainers that I've seen somewhere, better to say no than yes, because with yes you'll live almost forever, or deprecate. Yeah, no is temporary, but yes is forever is the quote that I've heard. So no is temporary, but yes is forever. Yeah, this is essentially that. I think you meant open source isn't business. Yeah. Well, like the problem is, like, if you add a feature, then you have to continue to maintain it as the project evolves, and it might make less and less sense in the future. So you really want to like weigh the maintenance cost over like, is this useful? And it's a hard trade-off. Like deciding the right balance between the two is definitely difficult. But definitely agree with the no is temporary, yes is forever mentality there. And so I say no a lot. And I think people should get used to like receiving no as an answer a lot. Okay, so now I need to implement save. So if I do Control S now, it does nothing because we're in our little save block here. But I think we need to record some state in order to make saving work properly. The first is the like MD5 sum of, or not MD5. No one uses MD5. Like SHA-256 sum of the file. I think we need that as state. We need to record that when we open and then compare it when we save. Do we need anything else? I know like most editors use like mtime or inode some information from that, but I don't want to use mtime because I think SHA-256 sum is fast enough and like will do what I want it to do. Fox asks, do you know any resources for modern C++? Man, how did I learn modern C++? Did I have a textbook? Let me see if I have a textbook. Because if I have a textbook at all, it's because I pirated it. This is a thing? Is this gonna open? This is a C++ book from 2012. Wow, there's actually like a screen. What is this app? Oh, it's Internet Explorer. Huh. This is like very basics of C++. Do we eventually get to like smart pointers? Yeah, here we go. Dynamic memory, shared pointer. This seems like not terrible. It probably doesn't talk too much about all of the modern stuff, but yeah, that's what opened up, Internet Explorer. My Hyper-V with Ubuntu always lags. Sundreal, interesting. Because mine, I'm not using Hyper-V, I'm just using VirtualBox, and it works pretty well. Shared pointer is basically a reference counted pointer, and so you don't do any manual like free or new. You just use shared pointer, and it'll handle the freeing for you, and you like increase and decrease the reference count. Well, actually I don't even think you need to do explicit. I don't think you need to explicitly do that. I think just by making new references it does that. Is that slower? If it's slower, it would only be slower by like one opcode, because increment integer in x86 is just, or increment and decrement would be just a single operation, and it only happens on construction or on copy or on destruction, so it doesn't happen all that often. It's not like it's continually checking the reference count. Whereas like with Python, you have to like continually increment and decrement ref counts. It's only on like copy operations, and the compiler optimizes most of it, from what I understand. I can't say that I read this book. I know that I pirated it for some reason. Maybe I didn't pirate it, because I have like the ebook version of it. Man, who suggested this to me? It was a long time ago. But if it talks about shared pointer, that's at least somewhat modern. It wouldn't be Internet Explorer if it didn't crash. Why did it... Anyway, that book is called C++ Primer. Which apparently hasn't had a new edition since 2012, so maybe this is not the best book. Someone else in chat suggested modern C++? Literally modern C++? This seems rare. The music seems very loud now. It is very loud now. What? Fuck YouTube. It's much better. Maybe I'm in a different experiment bucket now. Who knows? This Drew Stork book is probably pretty good because he wrote the damn language, but I don't know. Find one that has like C++ 17 in it, and you'll probably be fine. But I don't know. I've used, or like the contents of C++ Primer seem fine. Although 3/4 of the book is going to be super intro. Like, what is a string? How does a character work? What is an if statement? How is switch? What is an enum? But we didn't pirate it. We never pirate anything here. Yeah. What's on your shirt? This is the security bounty shirt for GitHub, which, man, their security bounty is fucking bullshit. That's another story for another day. I don't think I can talk about it yet because they haven't fixed it yet. But they're not going to pay me for it, which is bullshit. But I found a bug in their like branch protection, and it definitely lets you put unvetted code in production. I know this because it broke our production website by somebody just like merging a change that was not mergeable. I did get paid for the other thing that wasn't actually a vulnerability. It was just like an easy way to XSS GitHub. Or not XSS, denial of service. Turns out, I found this on accident. Do I still have the repo for it? Yeah, I do have the repo for it. Is this page still broken? No, I must have recreated the repo. But I wrote this script which uses the GitHub API and creates labels. So GitHub changed their label coloring algorithm a while back, and I was like super mad about it because it makes the like pre-commit labels look really shitty. So like dark text on blue. This used to be white text, so it used to render. Well, I guess I can Hackerman and show you how it used to render. Color. This is how it used to look. Which I don't know about you. Like, there's like this like accessibility guideline that shows you like relative brightnesses, and the algorithm, from what I can tell, is broken. There's like a typo in the algorithm, and literally everyone uses this algorithm. But I think there's a typo in it. And so it recommends this coloring over this coloring, even though I think the contrast here is much more different than this one is. But now GitHub is using that algorithm, so I was like, oh, well, I want to see what other ones look really shit. And so I generated, I think it was like 16 cubed. Is that right? That sounds like a big number. Oh yeah, no, I generated 16 cubed labels and like did some analysis on them. But it turns out when you generate that many labels, it just like breaks the page. Hey, what's up, ASTMNK? Thank you for the follow. I spent a lot of time in the AST, but that's probably not what your handle's about. But yeah, so I generated 4,096 labels, and then scraped them with JavaScript because I wanted to see what they look like, and then ended up with this CSV that shows like what, like for a given label color, what is the text color output. And so if you want this data set, here's all of the labels. And I don't have the script in this repo, but there was a script. Oh, apparently I generated 4,913 instead of 4,096. Oh, because there's actually 17 colors because it's 0 to 255. But whatever. Generated a bunch of labels. And then scraped all the colors. And I was going to do like a blog post and write up about it, but I don't know, my to-do list never gets shorter, and so I never really get anything better about it. But then I implemented their like relative luminance algorithm, and this is their the algorithm that GitHub uses. So this is the one that that is suggested by some accessibility council or whatever. But I'm pretty sure which number was the typo. Oh, this is Python 2 code. In 2018? Why did I write Python 2 in 2018? Where's the one where it scales blue? Maybe this is not the right algorithm. Because these numbers all look the same. 3928 and 129, and these are all the same. Oh, here we go. Here's where it scales blue. It treats blue as like not important to the algorithm at all, and I'm pretty sure this should have been either 0.722 or a completely different number to begin with. And I was like tweaking this number and like seeing what the labels look like and like what decision tree would change like the output. And I found, I forget which constant it was, but one of these constants I changed it, and like you got much better automatically generated labels. And even in like grayscale or like colorblind modes, that you still got better results. And on high contrast screens and low contrast screens. So it was like I tried it on a CRT. Like I was like dead set on like writing this huge blog post about this, but then my girlfriend broke up with me, and then I like didn't have motivation to work on things for a while, and so it was a rough time for me, so I never actually finished this project. But anyway, that's why this is here. That's why I have a shirt, because I generated all these labels, and then I couldn't load my GitHub account. I couldn't load this repository. I couldn't delete the labels, because trying to delete the labels triggered a 500. Like literally any action I did on GitHub that was tangentially related to this repository would just like crash my account. I eventually like set up a script that continually tried to delete this repository, and it eventually succeeded, and that was how I got out of the mess. But for a while I literally couldn't load anything, and it was sending me like Ruby stack traces back anytime I interacted with the repository. So I was like, seems like a problem that a security team would want to worry about. And I'm sure if I wrote like a botnet to like continually try and load the page at the time, it probably would have made a dent in GitHub. So I decided to open it up, and they're like, this doesn't really qualify, but since you like put a quality report together and like reproducible code for how to do this, like here's our minimum payout and a t-shirt. And they didn't fucking send the t-shirt for like 18 months. And I was like, hey guys, I really just want I don't care about the money, just send me the t-shirt. That's what I really want. And they didn't. But I eventually got it. So that's what this is. It's like a detective GitHub dude. So that's my t-shirt. But yeah, tale of sadness in GitHub, pretty much. But anyway, that's that. What was I doing? Yeah. Oh, did I make this issue? Okay, yeah, syntax highlighting. Gotta make that happen eventually. Cool. And I wrote down the little note that I had from before. But yeah, so let's make saving work. So I think the first thing I need to do is when we open the file, I guess when we ensure loaded. Yeah, so that's the problem. Whenever we like load or save, we need to reset this value. Mindful Fox, why are you asking the hard questions? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Man, I don't even know what to do tomorrow. I do eventually want to leave the Bay Area. Maybe. Probably. I'm curious about your career goals. I don't know, like I've been slowly moving up the like tiered ladders at Lyft. Yelp had no career pathway at all, so like there was no like promotion or whatever at that. But no, I'm progressing along pretty well at Lyft, and like promotion and like getting more influence and like having more say in how things work, and like leading organizations and like driving projects and like that sort of thing. But I don't know, there's only so much you can climb before it's like, well, okay. I don't know, I think like depending on how I'm happy where I'm at right now, and like happy working on the things that I work on, and like I don't think I would want to change any of that. The problem is like organizations, when like eventually as I learn more and more stuff, people try and push me more and more into management, and I don't really want to be a manager. I've like kind of tried it a little bit, and I don't know. I don't really like the people parts of management. I think that's like super stressful, being responsible for other people's well-being, and I don't think I'm great at. I mean, I'm fine at talking to people, but it's not my strongest quality. Like I'm much better at like technically planning and like I don't know, like from like an engineering manager perspective, I think I'd be great at like the road mapping portions, and I think I'd be fucking awful at the like one-on-ones and like managing people's career trajectories and like promotion management and all that other stuff. I think I would do really poorly at all of that. But it's certainly something that people keep pushing me into. I would say if I like didn't spend all this free time working on open source stuff, that I would want to like build a startup around some of these things. Like I've kind of had an idea of like taking, because like I work on a bunch of tools that that like every company needs, essentially. Like I work on like linting tools and like distributed refactoring tools and like repository management and code quality and all those sorts of things. And like literally every company tries to implement something like this or tries to use an open source solution here. And I think like I could continue developing all these things as open source, but provide contracting and consulting and like directly influencing how people are going to use these types of technologies. And I think I could build a startup around that. I just don't know that I would have time to do it. Hey, what's up, SM Pack? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, eventually I would want to go back to the Midwest and like probably live in Michigan, but I don't know. I don't don't have like a timeline for that or a plan for that or anything specific. So I don't know if that'll ever happen, but it definitely I definitely feel happier when I go home. But I don't know. Those are my thoughts, and for now, I mostly just live on like a week by week basis, other than like the quarterly half planning and like next year planning that I have to do for work and stuff. But appreciate your TED talk. Mimi Trolls says managing career trajectories. This is a bannable offense at Netflix. Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of like you still have to like worry about like career progression and like give advice around that sort of stuff. So it still happens. Bitter Melon Chin gives me a bunch of ones and zeros. What is your ones and zeros? Oh, this is gonna be one of those times where I like decode it and it's some like terrible thing. Let's see. Not Python 2. We don't need Python 2 in this house. 38. That doesn't quite give me a character. Expected like 32. Is there supposed to, maybe it's zero padded? It's zero padded, see what happens. Let's see. It would be 4 characters long. Colon 8. 8:16. I could probably automate this, but it's short enough, so we're just gonna do it this way. 24. If this is nothing, I'm gonna be sad. 24 colon. But we have to do int of base 2 for all these. Now it's starting to look ugly, and I should probably have automated it at this point. But it's only a four-letter word, so what's the worst it could be? That was not anything at all. I don't... Oh, it means absolutely nothing. Okay. Alright, you were just smashing 0 and 1. I got it. Awesome. They don't give career advice. They say to go to job interviews. It's the best. It's a different work culture. Interesting. Yeah, I've always heard Netflix is like a very different place to work. They pay you a bunch of money, kind of like fend for yourself, and like they fire quite often. But I've heard that their severance packages are great. Like they like cash out stock or whatever for some amount of time or something like that. I don't know. But seems fine. Yeah, imagine if it was send nudes. Yeah. That'd be pretty good. Hey, what's up, Mark Clar123? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, send nudes. Please don't send your nudes in the chat. We don't need that here. Okay, so self.original SHA-256 is actually I just thought of a bug. Oh wait, no, it's handled here, right? File name is not none, and it's a file. Yeah, okay, so we set that properly. Oh, I don't need type comments here, right? So this is optional stir. And we probably want to set it as a side effect of this get lines. Dang it, it's too long. Is Nano similar to Vim, and do you recommend for Python development? I would not recommend Nano. Nano is the shittiest text editor ever. It's really bad. I would not recommend it. But it is similar to Vim. Vim is powerful, more powerful on literally every level. I I only use Nano because I'm familiar with Nano and continue to use it. I'm very quick at using it, so that's why I continue using it. I tested Nano on my PC and it's very buggy. What version of Nano are you using? I've actually contributed to Nano a few things. One of them is if I hold Control and I press the arrow keys, this jumps word by word. So I implemented that. What else did I do? Maybe that was it. This doesn't work in Babi yet, oddly enough. Eventually it'll work, but I need to make krip5 and klift5 jump word by word, but I haven't implemented that yet. Thanks, I'll go back to using Notepad, the most superior IDE. Yeah, I mean, don't knock on Notepad. It got me, like, when I started programming, it was Notepad. Like, I was writing websites and using Notepad on Windows. It's pretty good. When I'm navigating on my code, some parts don't update. Oh, so like it partially renders the screen? That sucks. Is it like an old version of Nano? Because like I know like the 1X version was super buggy. And the newer versions are a little less stable because Nano has no tests. Oddly enough. The version will just say it in the top left if you check. But it's not important. You would probably love Vim if you used it. Yeah, I've used Vim. I know how to use Vim. I'll open Vim again. I know how to quit it. Look, I can quit Vim. But I know like some like advanced-ish stuff, like sorting a visual block, or like deleting lines, and like uncutting lines. Like I know like kind of the basics of Vim, but I'm using the arrow keys, so like you're internally scoffing at me, of course. But I know how to use Vim. I'm just like not good at it, or I'm good at it. I'm just my muscle memory is for this really crappy text editor, and I'm efficient enough in it, so I continue using it. Vim is the best editor. Yeah, I can probably agree with that. I've got this full screen in a cafe. Looks like I'm working. Nice. Yeah. You're working on a text editor, oddly enough. I really think VS Code and Sublime are so much easier for starters. Yeah, probably true. It's Nano 293. Weird, it's the same version I'm using. Maybe it's your terminal then. Wow, this man knows how to quit Vim. What a stud. That's funny. What terminal are you using, Shazawak? Hyper terminal. That's probably why. Probably Curses doesn't know what to do. But who knows? Yeah, so I also want to hashlib. Let's see, hashlib dot SHA-256. Is that a thing I can make? I can't pass strings into it. I must pass bytes into it. Right. Hex digest. Cool. 4-line in SIO. I don't need to do this because it's Python 3 only. Oh man, it's so nice to just work in Python 3. Don't have to worry about all these other things. SHA-256 dot hex digest. I need hashlib now. And this line is too long. Hey, what's up, Neomorphed? Thank you for the follow. Hope doing well. RIP Python 2, yeah. I'm actually so glad to be able to move on eventually. Okay, now that line's not too long. So that should give us the SHA-256 when we load the file. We'll also need to update it when we save. So let's debug this and see what we've got here. Debug babi. So write some things and then save. Oh, that's not that. Should be at a breakpoint now. Cool, we have a breakpoint. Cool. And so now we can see the SHA-256. Is this the SHA-256 of the empty string? That's not how this works. It is. Okay, so this is the empty strings. Hash. I don't know why I wanted to know whether that's the empty string. Oh, I guess because I opened an empty file, so it should be that. Okay. Oh. I need to handle the case. If you just open Nano and do Control S, it prompts you for the file name. Okay, so I need to do this eventually, but we're gonna skip that for now, so that we can just save. Because this file dialog is difficult to implement because you need to do like full readline support, and it doesn't have up and down support, but like being able to navigate beginning and the end, and like pressing home and end probably works. Page up, page down doesn't work, but delete and backspace and tab doesn't work, but maybe tab works. Oh, that's not at all what I expected. Why does it just render here? That's jank. Does Control D work when you Control A? Control D deletes text, apparently. It does not send end of file. And Control H does backspace. But yeah, it's like a full readline implementation here. I don't know why it's spewing up here. Is that intentional? What is the... Nano has a refresh key. Redraw the screen. Control L? Maybe this is intentional. It's weird though. It should... I think this is a bug. If I had to guess, this is a bug. But yeah, I would need to like either reuse readline or re-implement readline. I'm already kind of re-implementing readline, so it's probably not hard for me to do it again, but I'm gonna try and skip implementing this for now. Because I think it's hard. But anyway. Yeah, that's why I think it's a bug. Oh, it's probably based on the cursor position, if I had to guess. Like, see if I do this again. And I do S and then tab. Oh, no, it just like clears the whole screen. That seems that seems broken. Anyway. But I need to make that work as well when file name is none. So we're gonna, for now, assert the file name is not none. Oh, the problem is though, I can't just use this because I need to have access to like status and stuff here. So this can't be part of this dispatch. Suki Ladam says, bye everyone, thanks for the stream, Anthony. I'll see the rest on YouTube. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around in the future. Bang plan. We've got bang today. Are you asking what my plan is for this eventually? I'm working on a text editor. It's not a very good text editor, but that's what I'm working on. We're trying to make it save today, because right now it can edit text and stuff, but it can't save at all. So there's no save, but Control S will be save once or it'll be one of the save functionalities. It'll also be Control O, because that's the one I usually use. But that's what I'm working on. But yeah, we want to handle it here. Key.keyname is equal to save. Call file.save. And eventually we'll pass in status here. Actually, we'll probably pass it in now so that we can say that it did something, because it'd be kind of crappy if it just did nothing when you save. Cool. So, how do we want to do this? This is kind of convenient, but yeah, so the way saving is going to work is it's going to read the file, then check if the hash has changed, and then save or not save, I guess. Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, so if self.modified, actually what happens if you just like, if I just save, go away status line. If I save, what is redo? I don't know what redo is. I never use redo. Is it meta R? No. Control R? No. Anyway. Hey, what's up, you more? Thank you for the follow. Let me just, if I save, it always saves even if I don't have to do anything? That's weird. What keyboard do you use to program? We actually have a command for that. I'm currently using the WASD Code 87 keyboard, which I really like. I liked it so much. Actually, this is actually kind of a cool story. I used to use like crappy Microsoft keyboard, and someone in stream chat was like, I hate your keyboard. It makes such terrible sounds. I'm gonna buy you a keyboard. And I was like, okay. It's kind of weird, but and then we met up in real life and like talked about work stuff and like life, and I got a keyboard out of it. And I liked it so much that I bought another one for work. So I use this keyboard at work as well. And it's nice because the keys are heavy, but they're mostly quiet. They're cherry clears, so it's nice. Do you make more or less than 150K? Man, that's a loaded question. Do I answer this question? Are you including not that are you including like stock compensation or just like base salary? There's also keyboard 2, which is my other keyboard that I use at work. This is my other keyboard, and yes, it does only have 2 keys. This one turns the lights on and off, and this plays and pauses my music. But that's that. So it looks like Nano writes the file even if it doesn't need to. So we don't have to actually check this. Better. Okay, do you consider yourself junior or senior level programmer? am a senior engineer, both by level and title at my current company. So yes, I would consider myself a senior engineer. Let's see, we can skip writing if it's not modified. Do we bother? If not, self.modified. Well, let's just do the full save, whether or not it's modified. Current file, let's see, if self.filename is not none, self.status.update, no file name not implemented. We can try that right now. If we just do save. Dang it, I left the breakpoint. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, is not none. Whoops. Is none. So there's no file name, and we save. It's not self.status, it's just status. We save. Update requires margin. We save. I'll get this right eventually. We save. Okay, no file name, not implemented. Cool, that's what we want to see here. Are you naturally smart or do you contribute your success to hard work? Man, going with the real deep questions here. I think it's a mix of both. Like, I was always good at school and shit, but like, I think a lot of my success is because I try hard at things, and when a lot of it comes naturally to me, but at the same time, like, I put the effort in to make it happen. Like, I don't know, like, I stream for fun. Like, I work on code in my free time for fun, and I work hard at it, and I don't think I could say that I work hard if I didn't. Well, how do I word this? I don't want to say it like it's necessary to do something like this to work hard, but like, I think this is an example of my approach to like work and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. These are hard questions, but I definitely do work hard, and I think that's a big component of it. Okay, so if there's no file name, we're skipping it. That's fine. We'll need to implement that eventually, though. And we'll need to implement, like, save as somehow, probably. Even though I don't think I ever use save as. Oh, one thing that I find really annoying when saving files is, like, if I did nano a/b.py and then I try and write it, it complains about no such file or directory. I love if the editor just like fucking made this directory for me. It'd be so simple. It even tells me that the directory doesn't exist. It's just like, cool story, bro. Just make the directory for me. But it doesn't. So I'm gonna make my editor do that because fuck that noise. Does Vim do the same thing? What happened there? Can't open file for writing. Error while processing function. Everything is okay. Yeah, Vim doesn't do it either, but fuck those guys. We're gonna make it happen. To do make directories if they don't exist. So that sounds like a good idea to me. But then we want to load lines. ensure loaded. This is the function that we called before. So we need to do a similar check here. Like load the files, get the checksum, and check if it's different than what we recorded before. And we need to check if it doesn't exist. So, if os.path.isFile self.filename. Oh, I bet I can use this cool new feature. Colon capital W is better than colon W. Does that do the right thing? Non-netter command didn't work. Colon W Vim. Is it W bang? Is that what it is? How to exit? I don't know if it's native, but colon W skips the punctuation. I don't know what word that is. Punctuation? Oh, like you don't need the bang, is what you're saying? It's probably just like an alias for W bang. So you then save file and create directories. Obviously, you just do this. That's clearly what you do. My goodness. Anyway, yeah, there is a way to do it in Vim. Oh look, I got a new Stack Overflow trophy. You earn the Revival badge. Answer a question more than 30 days later and get an answer score of 2 or more. Oh yeah, this is a funny, not this one. That's a question I asked a long time ago. This is a funny intersection of like a bunch of code that I wrote and just like, oddly all overlapped at the same time. So I wrote this terrible but kind of awesome thing called future f strings. Let me just demo it real quickly. Oh, let me see. Just make this real quick. So f strings are new in Python 3.6. And they allow you to like auto format strings like this. And so if we cd in that directory, if we run in Python 3.6, did this wrong. Should be hello thing. Run Python 3.6, you get hello world. But if you run like Python 2.7, you don't. You get a syntax error because this is new syntax. But I was like, how can I make this happen? So I made this thing called future f strings, which you have to install, and then you set this little comment at the top of your file. Coding future f strings. And now, suddenly, you can use Python 2 and run f-string code. And the way it works is it registers an encoding, and a side effect of decoding using this encoding rewrites the source. So it took this source here and rewrote it as this source here. So that's how it works. But anyway, this person happened to be using future f-strings, which I wrote. And they were also using pre-commit, which I wrote. And they were also using Flake 8, which I'm a maintainer of. And they were getting this syntax error with the combination of those three utilities. And turns out, I happen to know the answer to this because I maintained or created all three of those tools, and this is the fix to make their linter work properly. But crazy world when everything overlaps that way. Hey, what's up, Rohalo? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Colon W goes to words, and capital W goes to the next word. Oh, I see. Brainwashed, brain W4 Ashid. Brainwashed asks, are you programming with an open source Python, or is your programming with Python open source? Ooh. Technically the answer to both is yes. But I'm working on open source code that's written in Python in this particular case. Python itself is open source, so that part's also true. And I've also on stream contributed to Python, so I've written a bunch of things that improve or change how Python works. Actually, I wonder how many commits I'm up to in Python. Let's see. Am I in the top 100 is a good question. Probably not. Nope, not in the top 100. But if I go to this... Really? I should be by commit count. Oh, that's 100 commits, never mind. Oh, it said 10. That's like... I've definitely done more than 10. Where's the count? Doesn't tell me. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 34. I've done 34 things in CPython. At least on the main branch. I've done other commits on the other branches, so maybe this isn't quite accurate. I guess I could have done a pull request, although I did stuff before it was on GitHub. Is merged. Okay, I have 41 merged pull requests in Python. But anyways, it's something. Why are you using Nano to program? I'm honestly curious. I do get asked this a lot because it's very noobish of me. It's a very bad editor. Which is actually why I'm working on making my own text editors so that you guys stop asking me why I'm using Nano, because it sucks. I'm using Nano because it's the editor that I learned in college, and when I switched from IntelliJ because it was too slow to a terminal editor, I developed a muscle memory, and I haven't really been able to switch away from that muscle memory. Yeah, I should make a Bang Nano. I should also fill out the FAQ in my description below, but I haven't done that yet. But yeah, when I switched, I developed a muscle memory and then haven't switched back, and it's faster for me than using an IDE now because I switch between projects a lot, and like the amount of time that I would lose spinning up and spinning down an IDE would be too slow. And yes, CPython is developed on GitHub. I do know how to use Vim. I can work with it, but I'm not as efficient with it. But yes, that's that. What was I doing? Okay, we're retrieving the old SHA-256. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, do this to do either way. It's getting annoying. If it doesn't exist, then SHA-256 equals #SHA-256 sum the empty string .hex digest. I forget if this works. I hope this works. This is new in 3.5. Star underscore foo equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. I don't know why it converts it to a list though. That seems kind of shitty. Shouldn't it stay a tuple? Whatever. Not important. I use Vim, but it was pretty painful for a few days back when I started, so I get you. Yeah, Vim's not painful for me anymore. It's just like I'm less good at it, I guess. I'm sure if I learned Vim better and like spent a bunch of time on it, I'd be even more efficient, but I don't know. I haven't crossed that bridge, so I'm still doing it this way. I do make a joke from time to time that like Vim would make me more efficient, and if I was more efficient, I would probably burn out faster. So that's why I don't do it. But it's maybe not the nicest joke to make. Okay, so we got the hash of the file. I'm not using mtime intentionally because I don't like when it uses although I could use mtime as like a shortcut. To do, maybe use mtime/stat as a shortcut for hashing below. And here we want to check the, well, we want to check the hash of our current saving file thing. I don't know if efficiency is as important, but I feel Vim is more ergonomic than editing with other tools. I think for me it would all be about efficiency. Like if I can write code faster, then that's what actually matters to me. I actually don't find the ergonomics of Vim that great, but that's probably because I don't use it all the time. And even when I use it, I use the arrow keys like a noob. How big of a bottleneck is writing speed, really? I guess it's not really about writing speed, but like if I'm frustrated while I'm using a text editor, that's going to slow me down, and so that's going to overall change my efficiency. I'm not talking about like performance efficiency. I'm talking about like developer efficiency, I guess. Emacs is where it's at. Yeah, I've used Emacs as well. In fact, I learned Emacs just to debug an issue with a tool that I maintain, which was that was a fun one. Are there plugins or extensions in Nano that help? Nope, there's no plugins. Nothing at all. The closest thing to a plugin is you can do Control-T and it'll run a linter, although they got rid of that in the latest version. So they got rid of the only like plugin possible thing that existed, which I have opinions about, which is actually another reason why I'm writing my own text editor right now. The main reason that I'm writing a text editor is I wanted to learn how curses work. Curses works. And I've learned all too well how messed up curses is, but maybe one day I'll be at a point where I'm confident that I know curses. Having fun with the bot there. Is there a reason why it's called Nano? Yeah, there was an editor before it called Pico. Or Pico. Nano.org. Nanoeditor.org. History. Nope, that's like release change set. Where's the like this is kind of a nice pyramid. Contributors of code and fixes. I contributed something. Why am I not in this list? Probably because these people spend a bunch of time actually contributing, whereas I made like a one-line patch. There's more than a one-line patch in the documentation. Huh, Nano runs PHP. FAQ, here we go. This is probably a free replacement for the Pico text editor. Anyway, blah blah blah. Nano. Based on Pico. Oh, there's a reason it's called Nano because its feature set is Nano. I mean, it has more features than Pico, which I guess makes sense because it's a bigger SI prefix than Pico, but if you say GNU/nano in chat, it'll applaud you. And GitHub. I should make a command for that. Let me just make a command for that. Although it's in the description below. but maybe you're on mobile and you can't see it. If it loads, most of the time it times out. That's my GitHub. My stream GitHub is different. This is where my stream code lives. And actually that's where my chatbot, which is over here. That's where that lives. Okay, so I need to compute I need to compute two hashes here. One is the hash on disk, the other is the hash of what I'm about to save, and I need to compare that against what it was when I opened the file originally. Brainwashed asks, Anthony, do you currently have a regular job or are you fully invested in open source? Man, I wish I could just work on open source full time. That'd be amazing. I don't make shit on open source. I guess I make some money from like Open Collective and Tidelift. But I currently have a full-time job. What is going on with my watch? No, I don't want to open up Alipay. I work at Lyft as a software developer or an infrastructure developer on the developer experience team. So I build dev tools and stuff. But I make like nothing off streaming and nothing on not much on open source. But that's fine. I do it because it's fun. That's the reason I do it, not for any other reason. Thank you, Brainwashed, for the follow. Been hanging out in chat for a while, decided it was finally good enough to press the button. Nice. It must get annoying when streaming and everyone is pointing out Nano all the time. Yeah, eventually they won't. Eventually they'll be like, what is this babi thing? What is your editor? I'll be like, gotcha, not Nano anymore. Get wrecked. Hey, what's up, 3 Tau? And then 3 Tau spelled backwards. Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Would you happen to know if full stack dev unit tests their endpoints and responses, and if so, how do they mock a JSON form input? Yeah, they would. Well, it depends. Like, you might or you might not. When I worked at Yelp, I worked on a lot of full stack tests where you would test like the view input and the view output, and so you would basically pass in form data using an in-process simulation of the web app. So like, let's say I was using Flask. Actually, I can show you some examples. I can show you some full stack end-to-end, well, not end-to-end, but full stack tests for like endpoints. Tests. Oh, that's not tests. It's also not tests. Tests. Server. Sure, the commit test is an example. This is not a very good test. One of these tests is surely better than that. This one is not bad. Okay, sure. So here's an example. So I have this PyTest fixture called server with data, which I guess I should show you what that is. What's all these tabs? We don't need those anymore. So server with data is built in this conf test, if I remember correctly. Yeah, server with data inherits the server fixture, which inherits the sandbox fixture, which is not defined in this file. This is one kind of annoying thing about PyTest fixtures, is sometimes you have to traverse a bunch of files to figure out where they actually come from. Okay, so we have this sandbox fixture, which basically just sets up a empty database. So that's what that fixture is. And then the server fixture imports the web app. So in Flask, you have a global app object that you add all your routes to and set all that stuff up there. It modifies the app in a couple of ways. One, by setting a custom client class. This is how I do my web requests using this client. It's not really important what the client does, but there's some other stuff attached to it. It also sets debug to true. This makes any failure in the web app throw an exception. Then I also enter a testing context. This makes it so the test client is available, and I yield that client. So then this client gets used, and in the test, that's what ends up in this variable here. And then from the client, you can make requests. to endpoints, and you can pass in whatever data that you want. In this case, like I'm passing in the data for the metric name, the start timestamp, and the end timestamp. So just this test will eventually fail in whatever year 32. Oh, this is a 64-bit integer. Well, I'll be dead long before this test fails, so it's not a big deal. But anyway, it requests that URL, and then I get back some JSON. I can load that JSON using pyquery, which is basically like a HTML loading library, and then I can assert some stuff about the output. So this is kind of how you would write like a full stack test for something like that. So hopefully that helps answer that, I guess. But yeah. BitLooter asks, if you had 1,000 subs and some ad revenue, would you leave your job and do this full time? Probably, if it let me continue working on like open source and like writing code. Like, I would certainly consider it, but I don't. No one subscribe. Like, not many people subscribe in the programming categories. Like, there's not that many people that view this stuff. Like, I have 45 viewers right now, which is like a huge number. Like, I'm impressed how many of you people are watching me babble about writing a text editor from scratch in Python. But I mean, if you guys are entertained, I'm not complaining. But yeah, like I would definitely, like, if I could spend all of my time working on open source, I would definitely do it. Is, you know, I enjoy doing it. It's fun for me, but it doesn't pay the bills today. Denton Burton asks, so Linux is the best to write code on? It depends what you're working on. For me, I like to use Linux because I'm familiar with all the tools and it's fast to write code on, and like I'm good at using all those Unixy tools. But if I was writing, for instance, like when I work on Android, I work on Windows because like Android Studio is slightly faster on Windows. And like when I work on like C# or Visual, well, I don't do Visual Basic anymore, thank God. But I work on like C#, I'm gonna use like full Visual Studio, and that runs on Windows. And so I'm gonna do Windows development on Windows. And so like it depends like what you're working on. But I prefer to use Linux myself. But yeah, like the Gel Mega says, there's no best operating system to code on. Like it depends on like what you're targeting and that other stuff. Highest stream in coding is AWS or Microsoft or Twitch devs. Yeah, they're pretty. They get a lot of the followers. Makes sense. I'm not jealous of them. Like, makes sense. But I don't know. I work on Python stuff, and people sometimes watch my stuff, and that's fine with me. Why would anyone like to do full-time Python? Oh yeah, macOS is definitely the best operating system to do iOS development. Yeah, because you don't have a damn choice. Because Apple's just like forces you down a rabbit hole there. You have to pay to develop on iOS, which I think is just wild. I wonder if I still have a. Is it a subscription model? How does that work? iOS developer subscription cost per membership year. I wonder if it's still. I wonder if I have to cancel, because I was an iOS developer at one point, and I had a developer account. Man, I hope it's not charging me $100 a year. That would suck. But yeah, you have to own a physical Apple device and have an expensive development account. They must make like $1 billion a year just on like developer subscriptions, which is disgusting. But so your tests don't test response code; it actually mocks a data object. In the test that I gave an example here, this sandbox, I actually, like, it's a real database and has real data in it. So the response is actually like real data. You could mock it and then like you don't have real data, which is fine. Depends on your trade-off here. I wanted a like very, very exact test here that was like testing the real behavior. So that's why I have like real data and stuff. But you don't have to. There's no requirement. It's like one way or another. Why would anyone full-time Java? Yeah. Yikes. At least Swift seems decent. Yeah, Swift does seem decent. And you can write Swift on like non-macOS computers. Like you can develop Swift on Linux, but you can't write iOS apps on Linux. Because Swift is just a general purpose programming language. In my opinion, technology moves faster when money is involved, which is why GIMP will never be on Adobe's level or any other open source software. I don't know. I think, like, at least in the Python community, we've built a lot of tooling that is going to be way better than whatever organization's going to home grow their shitty version of it. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that community can build that doesn't necessarily mean that money, like, financially backed things are going to be better. Like, of course, like, people are going to be more motivated if there's money involved, but I don't think it necessarily means that better software is produced. But that's just me. I maybe eventually want my save operation to handle whitespace as well, because that seems like something that an editor should just do without needing a third-party thing. Oh, my syntax highlighting is slightly wrong here. This character is highlighted. I wonder if that makes... Oh, I see. Whatever comment regex I'm using requires a space before a comment. It's interesting. Why do people hate on Java and PHP? I kind of like Java, and I don't know, I wouldn't be here today writing code in front of you guys if it weren't for PHP, so like, I don't know, they're not the worst. Like, I understand why people don't like Java, because it's kind of slow, and it's a little bit clunky, and like, Java is basically like shitty C#. And PHP has its problems, like it's a big global namespace and a lot of functions and inconsistencies, and like it was never really designed to be a like full-blown programming language. It was meant to be just like this toy thing that made CGI scripts work better. But like PHP and Python and JavaScript all have a lot of the same problems, and Ruby have a lot of the same problems. So like it's not... I feel like it's not fair to just like shit on PHP when like you could also shit on Python and JavaScript for the same things. But Hey, what's up, Denton Burton? Thank you for the follow. You forgot JS in that list. Yeah, well, I included it, so you're fine there. People hate on everything. That's true. People will hate on all sorts of stuff, even if it's not correct or not justified or whatever. I'm like, whatever. I hate every language I've ever written. I think that's the only true way to talk about code. It's just like, all code is bad. You can definitely find things about whatever things you write that you'll hate forever. Like I was pretty happy writing Kotlin, for instance, but it didn't have trailing commas, so I was like, fuck that language. PHP, what were they thinking with the syntax? Why does my variable start with a $sign? At least makes it like explicit what is and isn't a variable. I have a create user form with a jQuery HTTP request and I want to assert the create user endpoint. What would I look for as far as a test? You would probably pass JSON through, like you would figure out your JSON request and you would pass that in the body of your post request, and you would just like I assume you have a JavaScript backend, so you would probably just like, hopefully your web framework has a test framework that lets you just pass an arbitrary body through. I don't know. We had a lot of tests at Yelp that did exactly what you're describing, although that was Python backend with JavaScript front end. So slightly different, but assuming like any basic framework is going to have, you have a Java backend. Yeah, so you would probably do the same thing. Like you would be able to build a request object and pass it through whatever framework you're using. Assuming your framework doesn't suck. I can't really speak for that. Daniel CS says, Go would like to know your location. Oof. I've written a little bit of Go. I think it's okay. I don't like the if error does not equal nil exception handling error handling code. That's kind of annoying to me, but I don't know, Go's alright. It's fast. It's C with slightly more types, in my opinion. Like no more, no less. I guess the coroutine stuff is kind of nice. The channels and such. But I don't know. JavaScript at creation. Made to check if forms were filled in correctly. JavaScript in 2019. Let's have a backend in it. Yeah. Sarcastic Dante asks, what has changed for Babi? Well, since last stream... Oops. That didn't work. What happened there? It crashed out somehow? Anyway, that was not what I was going to show. Since last stream, this is all that's different. If I open a file that doesn't exist and I do... Shit. Why did it crash? Oh. Right, because we haven't implemented that yet. If I open a file... Oops. Why is this broken? What is crashing here? Oh, I must have broken Control-Z somehow. We'll look at that in a second. Hey, what's up, Perel Cobra? Thank you for the follow. But if I open it with no file name and I press save, it says not implemented. That's all that's changed. That's all that's changed since last time. I hate the fact that you have to use arrows like class, arrow, prop in PHP. I mean, you have to do that with pointers in C++ and C as well. Massey says it's C with a garbage collector. Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it. I prefer exceptions. I don't like exceptions for control flow, but handling errors all the time is just so tedious. I realize it leads to more correct code, but sometimes I just want to be I don't give a fuck. Panic, crash, let it crash. Intentionally not handle errors, but whatever. I don't want to really get into a language war here. Go's fine. I've written Go. It's okay. So fast is out the window. Yeah. Exceptions are pretty slow, but the same stack unrolling that you would do with an exception, you kind of do the same thing with if error does not equal nil checks in Go. It's not all that different. It's still I don't know. I guess with exceptions backtraces, you're building up frame objects as you go along, and you don't necessarily have that in Go. But then again, if you get an error in Go, it's really hard to figure out where it came from. And I find that pretty annoying. Daniel CS asks, do you work for Lyft now? Yes, I do. I work on the developer experience team where we build dev infra, so we maintain development environments as well as tools around that sort of stuff. I also kind of do Python infrastructure stuff as well, but it's not really part of my job title. I just do it anyway. Exception should be used for exceptional errors, not when trying a file that doesn't exist. Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at how my code is structured here, I'm not using it in an exceptional way. I'm checking if it exists first. Mostly because it reads better, I guess. I like Colorbox from Lyft Design. I'm not familiar with Colorbox, although I probably use it. Colorbox by Lyft Design. Oh yeah, this thing. Oh, this thing's pretty cool. It gives you design compatible colors. But yeah, I remember when we released this. It's pretty cool. Gives you a nice palette of colors to work with. It's also just kind of a fun thing to play with. Super saturated colors. But anyway, yeah, color box is pretty cool. Sure that looks good except for the 2x memory footprint. Oh, the benchmark? Yeah. Did you know RTTI and exceptions are the only dynamic things in C++, and they are the only features that all compilers allow you to turn off? I did not know that. I did know that they were the 2 dynamic things, though. Colorbox hair salon. Yeah, that's definitely what I wanted. I have another email. What is my email? Oh, that's just the notification that I just looked at. Chill. Okay. But yeah, let's get this feature working. It's not SHA-256 sum, as we saw an error earlier. Here we go with the zero overhead discussion. I did the same mistake here as well. For line and self.lines, SHA-256 to save dot update line plus self.ending dot encode. Okay, so now we have the checksum that we're about to save, as well as the checksum on disk. If self.SHA-256 equals SHA-256, the file on disk is the same as when we opened it. Actually, let's do if it's not in SHA-256 and if it's neither of those, then I haven't implemented this. I'm not gonna implement this yet. File change on disk, not implemented. Hey, what's up, Quest? Thank you for the follow. Otherwise, we can save, yay! I think, right? Do we want to save atomically, or do we want to just say, fuck it? Oh man, I'm so far behind in chat now. Hopefully you guys are just arguing about languages. In Python it took like 40 minutes, Go 8 minutes, C++ 12 seconds. Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, Python, it's not really intended to be fast. What did you expect? Python having any performance? Yeah. You know what, Sarcastic Dante, if you want some fast Python, you could use pypy. Since I know how much you fucking hate pypy. But yeah, like, what was it, Advent of Code, when I did some like benchmark differences, and like pypy was fast enough to complete an algorithm. Pypy. Why are you not? Did I not show the pypy output here? There was one where it was like a bajillion milliseconds. Before optimizing, it took 52 minutes to complete. But it did complete. Then I got it down to 19 milliseconds instead. Is that right? Yeah, microseconds to milliseconds. But my first algorithm was super slow. But there was one with pypy. Like, I think I ran this one with pypy, and it completed in like 2 minutes instead of 52 minutes, which was like pretty good-ish. But yeah. Bro, save, don't be a coward. Yeah, we'll make it happen. If someone wants to have performance and use Python, they should just stop being a programmer. Nice. Sid says, goodbye everyone, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, hope to see you in the future. Reference semantics, interpreted language, and duck typing. A recipe for performance disaster. Yeah, that's pretty true. Hey, what's up, Zero Peppermint? That looks like one of Soding's emotes. Oh, it is. Sir. Sir. It's a good emote. If you want performance with Python, you call C libraries. It's kind of true. In C Python, that's true. In PyPy, it's actually the opposite. If you want performance, you tend to write code in pure Python instead, which is kind of interesting because you kind of have like two opposing forces there, which I don't know. It's hard to make it fast in both unless you like conditionally pick each execution type. You can make a good plate of tater tots in that time. Man, tater tots sounds so good right now. But yeah, let's write this file. With open self.filename in writing mode. Or line and self.lines. F.write line plus self.newline. Was it called that? Self.nl. Self.nl. For line lines, write that. So we write it out, then we do self.modify equals false. And we update our SHA-256. I think that's saving, and then we set the status. Status.update. Oh, we forgot to press a margin here. Status.update, and saved. And then we can do len. Make it as nano compatible as possible. We'll print the number of lines as well. So that should make saving work, in theory. Hey, what's up, YSX1? Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Let's save a file. Hello world, and then we do save. Oh, that message looks dumb. 2 lines written. Hey, what's up, Spare Radio? Thank you as well for the follow. But hey, it's kind of saves. Fuck. Kind of doesn't save. Why does it have an extra new line? That's not right. I should have written 1 line. Oh, because this is wrong. We'll just do every line except for the last one. Hello world, and then save. This should be -1. Yeah, it works at least. Save, yay, 1 line's written. I should really use ngettext. Right? Presumably someone will I could provide translations. Does Does this not have substitution? It doesn't. Did everyone else implement it in a different way? That's annoying. Alright, well, we're not going to use get text. I'm going to use an interpreter for my language to start, otherwise I would have hit my head on the wall if I wasn't planning on AOT or JIT. Yeah, that's fair. Self.nl, the Dutch version of self. Yeah. "774 seconds before 8 seconds is painful." Fuck get text. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I think what I wanted to do here is just do f.write self.nl.join self.lines. That's a little simpler. Else line, and then oh, it's too long now. One character too long. No. What's funny is the linter won't complain if I do this, even though it should. But PyCodeStyle doesn't know better about f-string substitutions, so it doesn't know there. Line length. Num lines equals len self.lines -1. If num lines does not equal 1, else line, and then we can do num lines and lines written. I'm not going to translate, so I'll just deal. So if we delete all the lines and we save, it should say 0 lines written. If we have 1 line and we save, file changed on disk, not implemented. Well, that's not true. Dang it, something's broken. Let's see why it's mad. Oh, I forgot to debug. Okay, we save. We can save again. We add a character and save. Now it's at the breakpoint in theory. Oh, go away, tab. Oh, we're still attached to this old one. Let's see. Attribute 6 is that, so that's the empty string. That is not the empty string. Oh. So the saving shot is wrong. Easy to fix. Yeah, because this is wrong. This should be... This is simpler too, and I don't have that loop anymore. Okay, so now if we save, now if we save, and then save again, and then save again. Hey, it works! Cool. Saving kind of works now. But now I should write some tests that demonstrate it saves. Also, eventually I'm gonna break part of my test suite that edits files because right now it assumes that it can just quit from any state, and it can't do that. So I need to eventually make a way to force quit and then use that in my test suite. I eventually want like bang or qbang like Vim has, but or qall bang. Actually qall is the one that makes the most sense. I'll eventually have that. C++ 20 modules to the rescue. What is C++ 20 modules? C++ 20 modules. This actually sounds interesting because like include files is a big point of performance and compile speed. How long is this document? Also, it's not very accessible. There we go. They really want me to follow them on Google+. Wait, is Google+ still a thing? I thought they killed Google+. Not the one that they killed? Or am I thinking of Wave? I'm thinking of Wave. Status, defunct, discontinued, or... Okay, yeah, it's dead. That's what I thought. Oh. GG. Models will overcome the restrictions of header files. They promise a lot. For example, the separation of header and source files becomes as obsolete as the preprocessor. In the end, we will have faster build times and easier way to build packages. That says a lot. This looks like Go. Oh, looks like Python with semicolons. Oh, it just makes all of the variable names available? That seems shitty. That seems kind of gross. But, I mean, the syntax seems fine. You can still separate it if you want, I guess? Oh, a lot of people are here, so if you can hear them, then sorry. This seems cool. Seems like a good idea. It certainly makes header files less necessary. Hooray for the lawn people. Yeah, they're real like close to the window today. I don't know what they're doing. Hey, what's up, Shotty? Python with semicolons, i.e. better Python. Yeah, I actually like semicolons and curly braces. Yet I write Python all day, so clearly something's fucked up here. But yeah, I like semicolons. Let's write some tests. So we want to hit these cases here in like the current failure cases first, just because they're going to be the easiest to test. Test saving file. File name doesn't exist. Test saving with no file name should prompt, but currently does not. Currently refuses. Yeah, so we'll eventually implement that one, but not yet. Hey, what's up, both Tuesday LTE and Mr. Compton? Thank you both for the follow. Hope your days are going well. Oh, we get the... Oh, okay. Never mind. It was just the... Rang twice. With run as H and exit H. H dot press Control S. And we await for this error message. No file name not implemented. We'll eventually implement that. Test saving file on disk changes. Hey, what's up, CO991? Thank you for the follow. With run stir F and exit. So we need to open the file, then change the contents, then try and save. So we've opened the file, now we can do f.write hello world, and then to do this should show some sort of diffing thing, or just allow overwrite. We write hello world, then we do control save, and we should wait for file changed on disk, not implemented. Let's see, def test allows. Hey, what's up, Pulcom21? That name looks familiar. I feel like you've subscribed or you've followed before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was someone else with a very similar name. But thank you for the follow. I'm not being suspicious. I'm not trying to be suspicious. Oh man, behind on chat. Best syntax is start lines with semicolons. Oh. Yikes. Right? Wrap every function call in parentheses. Oh, you mean like Lisp? Bang project. Yeah, I'm trying to make saving work in my text editor that I'm working on. The current editor I'm using is Nano. It's real shitty. Don't worry about it. I use Emacs, I know the pain. Oh yeah, you've written some eLisp, sarcastic Dante. Is it just me, or do Lisp programmers sound arrogant with their Lisp makes you a better programmer? I mean, it probably does make you a better programmer, but that doesn't stop them from being arrogant. Where have you met Lisp programmers? True. True. It certainly makes you more of a functional programmer, and I feel like those types... I don't need to classify people, but I feel like functional programmers have a certain air about them. So we're gonna both write hello world to the file, and we're gonna edit the file to say hello world. So the file is gonna change on disk, but we're also gonna change it in memory, but just to the same contents. So it shouldn't matter. I think we need a new line here though. And then we're going to do we're going to save, and we should get saved is the output. And then one line written. Anything else we need to test here? Oh, we need to test this branch where the file doesn't exist. Oh, that actually hits, this actually hits that, where it doesn't exist. Def test allows saving if file on disk does not change. Oh, we should also make sure that the file actually gets written. Read is equal to hello world. Music stop? Why are you not making noise? Why are you just quiet? Or maybe the lone people are loud. It's just really quiet. And the lawn people are really loud. Like I can't hear the music, but I can hear the lawn people through my headphones, which is like, whoa. Greetings, fellow GNU/Linux user. Oh yeah. Oh, we didn't. Someone was working on a patch and to fix this in the chatbot, but they closed it. I don't know why they closed it. But yeah, it's currently case sensitive, and I wanted to make it case insensitive. It was just like adding ignore case to the Linux, Windows, and Nano check. Yeah, you beat the bot. Okay, so this is allows saving if the file on disk does not change. Cool. So wait for hello world to show up, and then we press no, you write the word oh hi, and then we save. Let's write oh hi and then press enter. And then save. And we should see the text saved. And then 2 lines written. And then we should see oh hi and hello world as the contents of the file. Okay, I think that actually covers all of the cases here. So we have a test for this, we have a test for this. We have a test when the file exists on disk and when it does not. And then we save, the rest of it's just procedural. First test, so second test failed. Great. Cool. Awesome. And third test. Oh, so that is missing a parenthesis. Why that test failed? Should have 1 failing test now, maybe? Nope, still 2 failing tests. Test allows saving same contents as modified contents. So we open up a file. And we write hello world to it, then we type out hello world, then we try and save. That should work. I mean, we can try it interactively. I need to close some tabs. I've got too many tabs right now. Testing, debug, babi, foo. So we open up foo. Then somewhere else we write foo. Say hello world. Just contains hello world in a new line. Then we write hello world here, and we try and write with save. It says the file changed on disk. well, we can debugger that. This is why we write tests, I guess. So, hello world, and then we save. Oh, I forgot to attach. Dang it. Okay, open the file. Then we write the contents of the file. Then we try and save. We're at our breakpoint. So this is the original SHA-256, which is, I think, the SHA-256 of the empty string. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. Alright, I can't tab complete. SHA-256 to save is this. Oh, this is wrong. This should be this, these two should be swapped. Ah, damn it. Foiled by the same feature I'm working on, saving. Okay, that should fix that. Okay, we're gonna close some tabs now. I don't need all these damn tabs. They pass now. Babi can save. Alright, let's see if coverage agrees with that. Something's broken. We'll have to fix whatever that is. I wonder what changed there. We'll find out in a minute. The C++ version is also just a bootstrap. Oh, I see. You're talking about your language. Cool. Very slowly replacing my relative includes with non-relative ones. And moving initialization from parens to code braces. I see. Willie Chungus asks, is this Python? Yes, I'm writing Python. I'm working on a text editor. The text editor, oh, my getlines test changed. Right. I'm working on a text editor. I just got it to slightly save, which is pretty good. Make sure to have 100% coverage. Yeah, I do have 100% coverage. You're joking, but I do actually have 100% coverage. See? See? Look at all this coverage. See, 100%. Now there's I think there's one no cover, which like fine. I'm eventually gonna delete this code, so that's why it's no covered. And this one, which I think is impossible. But other than that, 100% coverage. Am I gonna write my own language after my own text editor? Maybe. I want to learn compilers at some point, and I don't know them now. C++. C+++. Oh, I see. That was a typo, but then I was like, I see now. We're gonna ignore the third parameter. We're just gonna ignore the SHA-256 sum. do this. Let's get lines, shot 56, checksum. Get lines, IO dot string IO, the empty string. Ret should be this, and then new line, and then not mixed, and then whatever the SHA-256 of the empty string is. Lib SHA-256 of empty string is this big ol' thing, which is too long to fit on a single line. Does it fit here? No. That fits though. Close enough. Do the test pass now. Oh my goodness, what is going on? What? Oh, Tim with the raid of 37. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Thank you for the raid, my friend. How are you doing? What were you working on? What is your channel usually about? Give you a follow, because that way, assuming you're right. Oh, it's me. Oh, working on a game in C++. Cool. Be sure to check you out and host later. But thank you again for the raid. I guess I should explain what I'm working on right now. I guess earlier in the stream I was working on pyflakes, which is a linter for Python code. pycqa/pyflakes. In particular, I was working on this issue, which is dealing with type annotations in Python. Pyflakes was incorrectly reporting some errors, and I just fixed them up to, or I fixed pyflakes to properly recognize the errors. So that's what I was doing earlier in the stream. But now I'm working on my text editor, which is kind of a crappy text editor. I'm working on it. I'm writing a text editor to learn curses, which is a terminal library thing. But it doesn't do all that much right now. These are the things that it can do. It can display a color test. This will eventually be used for syntax highlighting, but for now it doesn't do anything. It can open files. So if you open a file like this, and you can edit stuff, you can press backspace and enter and delete and type letters, and you can type Unicode, and it does all that sort of stuff. You can also scroll around in it. You can quit babi. You can open multiple files, which we did last stream, if I can remember the key combo. So you can switch between the three files, and they maintain their state. So like you can see like file 1 is brand new, but file 2 is edited, and file 3 is also edited and has different contents. The thing that we did this stream is you can save files now. So if I do Control S, it will save the file and see how it's no longer modified, and we can switch to this file and save this file too. We won't save file 1, but you can close the 3 files, and now if we cat 2 and cat 3, you can see that the files get saved. But for the longest time it was a text editor that could not save, and so it was it was not a fully featured editor. But yeah, welcome to the stream, friends. This is what I've been working on. There's some parts that I'm not intentionally implementing yet because it needs like a full like text bar that you can type things into it. But I think and probably like the coolest part of the project is it has a full test suite. So the way the test suite works is actually really cool. There's this library called Ekate. Hey, what's up, F Mega and Willy Chungus? Thank you for the follow. There's this library called Ekate, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong, but whatever. It is what it is. But what Akate does is it lets you spin up a tmux server in the background, running whatever you want, and then you can kind of interact with it like you would with Selenium with a web browser, and like send commands to it, click on stuff, type words or whatever. Hey, what's up, Tim Budet and Big Mike 55? Thank you both for the follow. And so, basically, let me find one of the tests. Run. Oh, that's the definition of run. That's the color test. That one's kind of boring. Yeah, so here's an example. Like, I write out a file that has "Hello World" in the text. I open up the editor with that. I wait for the text to appear, so like wait for the editor to load or whatever. Then I have a window resizing function. This makes sure that my text editor works when the window is really small. So if you open it up and like manually test this by making the window really small. When it gets to 2 lines, it renders differently, so it gets rid of the header. And when it gets to 1 line, it actually renders differently as well, but for whatever reason, GNOME Terminal doesn't let you go to 1 high. And in fact, like tmux doesn't let you either, but you can split to get to that size, so that's how that gets tested. But anyway, like it resizes the window and then asserts the output and checks some status checks and stuff. So anyway, that's how the tests work. I currently have a failing test. We'll get to that once I catch up on chat, because I'm real far behind on chat now. Hey, what's up, J.R. Rogers? Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Every time I try to learn Python, I end up learning C++. Please help. Yeah, it sounds about right. I've spent a lot of time in C++. I actually really like C++, but I don't get a chance to write it very often anymore, mostly because work is Go or Python, and so that's what I'm stuck with. And a lot of the tools that I maintain are written in Python, so that's what I end up writing a lot, whether or not it's useful or whatever. He's trying to make an editor that can just reach Nano, or just surpass Nano. Yeah, that's the real answer. I'm trying to make a better text editor that's crappy, because currently I use Nano like a noob, but I'm pretty fast at it, so it works for me. But I eventually want to replace my usage of Nano with my new text editor that'll have new features and do all kinds of cool stuff. Surpass Nano in Python. Not sure if that's possible. It's gonna get there. It'll be there pretty soon. I mean, it works. It's not slow by any means. Like it interacts like immediately. There's no input lag, and right now it's not optimized at all. It actually redraws the entire screen every single time, because I didn't bother implementing proper like section drawing stuff. So it can be faster than it is now, but it's the thing. Yeah, Tim, what is your game about? I'm making an awesome developer tool. Oh, and you're using a game to test it. Cool, awesome. I just anchored the Greek gods. Good job. Yeah, Zeus is gonna rain down lightning bolts on me because I've mispronounced Akate again for the 50th time. What is this YouTube link? Sarcastic Dante. How brave am I to open this? Oh, yeah.
Ekati.
This is like not the one that I agree with though. This one sounds wrong. Ekate. But whatever.
Ekati.
But someone else says Hecate. So I don't know, it could go either way. Are you doing test-driven development? Usually I use test-driven development, but in this case I did not. Most of my tests are test-driven though, or like most of the behavior that I implemented was test-driven. Here I wasn't really sure what I wanted, so I kind of experimented with the implementation first, and then wrote the tests after the fact, which is why this is failing, but... Mazzy says, C++ fucking sucks, but I do all my hobby projects in it. That sounds like me in Python. Python sucks, but I do all my projects in it. It's not quite incorrect, though, but... is there a particular feature that you're excited about implementing / using? So, kind of two things got me to implementing this. The first is in the latest version of Nano. Let's see if I can get that. Disco probably is new enough. In the latest version of Nano, they removed code formatting, which most of the stuff that I work on is related to code linting and code formatting. So I'm not happy about that. Like I maintain, or I've created a linter code formatter framework called Precommit. The idea is like it installs and manages all the tools for you, and it's easy to get set up with, and everyone uses the same configuration in a repository, and it just kind of does everything for you. Like the quick start is here. Like you make a config file with like the linters you want to use and their versions, and install it as a git hook if you want. You don't have to use it as a git hook. It was originally intended for that, but it works fine standalone as well. But it knows how to download, install those, and run them and produce their output. But yeah, that's pre-commit. But I'm really big on linters and code formatters, and Nano is just like, you know what? No, we're gonna remove that feature. So how do I show this? I guess we'll install Git as well, so I can clone my dot files and stick them in there. Are you making fun of my pronunciation of Hecate and Hecate again? There's another one that says Hecate. I just like I've gone down this before. I've played this game already. But yeah, that's like one of the features is like actually making code formatters and code linters continue to work. Hey, what's up, Ayushta? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. The other one that I like was trying to implement for Nano and just realized that like implementing it in C was a whole pain in the ass to do. I want parenthesis highlighting to work. It's a super basic feature, and like the number of times that I'm editing a file and I'm like 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, -1. Ah, shit! I missed a parenthesis. I gotta add that or whatever. Like I have that problem all the time, and it would be nice to just like highlight the parentheses as you mouse over them or cursor over them. So I want to implement that eventually. I also want like a command mode that Vim has, so that like you can not leave the editor as much. You guys. Oh, I wonder if my Mac machine is on. I could just show you through that. 192.168.1.2. Nope, it's not up. User share Nano. Python. No. nanorc/python user share nano python. Oh, maybe it's not broken in this version. Maybe it's Nano 4 they removed it. Oh no, it's gone here. So if I put like formatter go format here, and then I open a Go file, it complains about formatter not being understood anymore. So they removed formatter in Nano 3, which I don't know why. It's like it was one of the actual useful features of Nano. Donayum asks, do you plan to make Babi extensible like Emacs? Maybe. It's not my like V1 or V2 goals, but eventually I'll get there, or like I'll probably get there. For V1, I really just want it to replace like the basic features that I use in Nano today, and then like someday I'll add more to it. But who knows? I don't think it'll ever be as fully featured as like Vim or Emacs or whatever, but it might have some things from there. You can run a window manager in Emacs. Will Babby be able to do that? Probably not. You can run a whole damn operating system in Emacs. Is this another Hecate Hecate pronunciation? This is the one. This is the Hecate. Yeah, this is the Hecate one. See, I've looked these up a bunch of times. Like
Hecate, formerly Hecate.
Hecate.
Hecate, formerly.
The Shakespearean pronunciation is different as well, if I remember correctly. Hypnosis before you can pronounce it. Yeah, that's true. Does there exist a library for Python to use buffers? What do you mean by buffers? Like binary, mutable binary? Like you can use memory view for that, or you can use, what is the type? Not bytes, but the other one. Byte array. Byte array? Yeah. Extend. Is this a thing? Yeah. The byte array is like a mutable binary buffer in Python. And that's standard. It's built in fact. Not even standard library. Hopefully that helps you. What is this video? Oh man. We're getting brave here with just opening videos from chat. That's another one. Why the fuck? Just why do they have an intro? B Shizzle Films.
Hecate. Hecate. Subscribe for more amazing videos.
Subscribe! Make sure to ding that bell. Damn, this guy has 55,000 subscribers. 13 seconds of wasted time. Worst YouTube video. What is this guy? I have like 200 subscribers on YouTube. How to pronounce sexes? 10 million views. How to pronounce XEXES? X. This one? Okay, fine. I'll watch this one. That's loud. No one needs your intro, my dude.
The correct pronunciation of this word is Zexix. Now it's your turn to give it a try. Ready? Zexix. Do you know how to pronounce this word right here? If not, click here to find out, and don't forget to subscribe for more amazing videos.
What? Charcuterie. Really? People don't know how to pronounce tattletale? Damn. Thanks, YouTube. We're gonna pretend that there was no recommended there. Damn, I'm gonna have to edit this. Ugh. I hate editing. It's so much work. Yikes. Okay, enough of that. Enough YouTube. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay, but now we know how to pronounce Hecate. Or Hecate. I need buffers to save all the input of a socket. Yeah, you can just use byte array. Here's like small example. Where have I done socket reading before? I think I did it in my Twitch chatbot. Although I think AIO kind of did it for me. Yeah, it does it for me. V. Oh yeah, readline does it for me. So this internally manages the buffer and handles that anyway. I'm a writer and my search history is a bit concerning because of it. How much does a gram of coke cost and such? Nice. Yeah. But anyways, saving works. How long have I been streaming for? don't know where it is in the Twitch. They moved everything around. 5.5 hours. I might be done pretty soon. Let me fix this test though, because I know there's a failing test. Luckily you can laugh at the jokes. Yeah, it's true. Oh, you guys are so mean, making fun of my pronunciation. I'm gonna go rage quit now. I'm gonna get all tilted. Oh. This is an easy one. Is it just at the end? Yeah. Oh, but ready for this? Mypy is gonna be mad, I bet. We're gonna have more to fix. So run the test, make sure they pass again. What about saying Dionysus? That one's easy, right? Dionysus pronunciation. Dionysus. Oh, shit. Really? Or is this cis? I don't know. I don't know how to read this. We're missing coverage. No. Babi not high. 374. We don't run a case where the file doesn't exist? I thought we did that. We don't save when the file doesn't exist. Oh, right. Because here the file exists, yeah. Test save file when it did not exist. One of these save tests we should make sure the star goes away when we successfully save. Let's do it in all 3 of the tests. Let's just agree on not asking Anthony to say Greek names. Yeah, there we go. I googled Dionysus and I have some Korean band in the videos. True. It's what's up, Jay and Mary? Thank you for the follow. Why did this not? Oh, it's not .send, it's something else. It's Cress. And last added, thank you as well for the follow. Hope both of your days are going well. Please pass. I'm hungry. I want to get food. I want this to be done. I'm checked out already. Good tip for you, don't go to Greece, I don't want people to laugh at you. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Implement rudimentary file saving. Is that the right word? Rudimentary? I think so. Rudimentary. Fuck you. Stupid word. The elements are first principles of a study. Okay, cool. I think I used the right word. Wait, mypy was happy? Why was mypy happy? Oh, this is the nullable. So this is still type safe. Because this is a union of a union of none and int, or none and stir still type compatible. That's fine. What do you want to eat? I'm gonna go eat Greek food. Maybe, we'll see, I don't know. Oh, the gel mega right after. Hopefully nothing Greek. Yeah. All these terminal tabs and windows, and I'm still using a mouse. How is Ubuntu? I'm still kind of using a mouse. Well, I use a mouse because I switched back and forth between this and chat, and I could switch the windows. The problem is it's like you gotta like sit here and wait for this and arrow key over. And it's not fast. So I use the mouse to switch between the windows. I do use the keyboard shortcuts to switch between the tabs though. So I don't know. I like the mouse. It works for me. I know, you're like, why aren't you using Tmux? Why aren't you why are you such a noob? I mean, did you see me open Nano? Like clearly you should be making fun of me for even more things. I use Tmux sometimes. Most of the things that I use Tmux for are using split windows and like doing things like comparing execution as a debugging tool. But like this, and like seeing where code diverges on one side or another. But yeah, you're probably like, oh, why do you have mouse mode enabled for Tmux? Wow, what a noob. You're not wrong. There are things that I could be better about, but I'm not. So at least your commit messages aren't like, oops, fixed. Yeah, well, I basically live on GitHub. It's sad but true. I spend a lot of time working with Git and GitHub, so it's a thing. Gotta get that weekly heroes. Let me try and pronounce that one properly. But yeah, I spend a lot of time on GitHub, so it happens. So, but I feel you, Orc Tamer. I'm in dark mode, so it's hard for me to see your name. Emacs plus Zish plus Emacs equals Gradiasm, yeah. Using Linux but obsessed with a window product like GitHub. Well, so ready to be disappointed, Orc Tamer? Are you really ready to be disappointed? I'm running Windows. It's all an elaborate ruse. It's actually Windows. But bamboozled. Yeah, I've been getting better at hiding it. Like it used to say VirtualBox here, so I changed the host name just to mess with you. What else did I do? Oh, this is Chrome in Windows. But you can't see the Windows like close bar buttons up here because it's hidden by my camera overlay. What else have I done? I think that's it. That's enough to hide it. Oh, you used to be able to see the title bar on my older streams. So I moved the title bar of VirtualBox. So I moved the active content further up or down or whichever direction hides it. But yeah, I've been pretty good about hiding it a little better. Richard is not happy with you. Yeah, well, RMS is kind of a goofy, disgusting guy, so I don't care if he's happy with me. Use i3 so you can't use the mouse. Yeah, everyone's like, you should use i3. I think I've had like 4 or 5 suggestions of that today. I'll try it out sometime. Why hide it? Wave your flag freely. Frag freely. Yeah, that's how words work. I'm not trying to hide it. Like it's more like I've conveniently hidden it, but it also gives me slightly more real estate. And you guys want to see me write code, right? Not just Not just look at a title bar, a static title bar all day. i3 sucks with multiple monitors. Well, I only really use my VM on one screen, so that wouldn't be too bad. But I do have it on my to-do list to try out i3 at some point. I did the opposite in college. My Ubuntu machine was themed like an XP machine. That's amazing. I remember those. They were like... What was the theme? There was this one guy that wrote like a bunch of themes for Ubuntu, and I remember using the like Windows 98 theme for it. It looked pretty cool. It looked fine. Hey, what's up, Joey's Bytes? Thank you for the follow. What are your bytes? Are they ASCII bytes? Are they UTF-8 bytes? Are they arbitrary bytes? The world may never know. GNOME theme is Windows XP. Yeah. But yeah, I use pretty vanilla tools, unfortunately. So, still using Bash. I have used Zish before. In fact, I've contributed to Zish. Zish CVE was this year, right? Is it this one? I thought it was in 2019. Maybe it's in... Oh, it's this one. It was in 2018. It's apparently last year. But, this CVE I reported and fixed. Shebang lines exceeding 64 characters were truncating, possibly leading to an exec-VE call to a program name that is a substring of the intended one. Oh, this was related. This was the first one. Oh no, it's not that one. Yeah, anyway, it was a run the wrong program kind of deal based on the shebang. But I have used Zish a little bit. It's just like I haven't configured it. I don't configure much anyway. Just grab the most popular VMRC and dot file. Yeah, become the master hacker. It's true. I've seen on r/programming that Richard needs a place to stay. I think it was all the free stuff. Yeah. I think it's kind of funny that he's homeless. Maybe not funny. Maybe that's not the right word. But I think he got what he like kind of deserves. No. Someone added Guy Fieri to the source code of Node.js. Really? Is that really a thing? Oh, it's in Babel core. What? That's hilarious. That's amazing. Hey, what's up, by Mike? I can't tell whether that's an I or an L, but hey, what's up, by Mike? Thank you for following. Flavortown.js, yeah. Oh, it's satire. Okay. Wait, was it satire? Okay, maybe it was satire. Either way, it'd be funny. This is the satire one? Oh, I remember this article. Hey, what's up, Masters8? Thank you for the follow. This is funny. Okay, it's clearly fake, but it's pretty funny. Alright, well, I got what I wanted to get done. And I'm hungry, so I'm probably gonna wrap up here. So let me do my spiel, and then we'll find someone else to send you off to. Let's see, if you missed any part of the stream and want to catch up on it, I upload previous streams to YouTube. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. Yeah, get eat dinner. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. There's prior streams up there. Some of them are pretty good. If you want to look at one that I recommend a lot, there's this Vexzoig memory leak fix that I worked on. This one is pretty cool. I basically dig into why a memory leak happened in the library that Flask uses, and then fixed it. Subscribe for more amazing videos. Yeah, sarcastic Dante. Make sure to ding the bell. All that all that jazz. 5-hour video, 4-hour and 30-minute intro. Yeah, that's how I'll get people to get over that 10-minute mark. But yeah, so I upload to YouTube previous stuff. I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. in Pacific time. Hey, what's up, Code Kane? Thank you for the follow. I'm signing off right now, so you got me right before I'm heading out. But I usually stream at that time. Sometimes I stream on weekdays, but I make sure to announce all of those on Twitter. So that's twitter.com/codewithanthony. I couldn't quite get the full like brand loyalty to have the same same Twitter and Twitch name, because Twitter doesn't let you have that length of username. So it would have been Anthony Writes COD, and I guess it would be a fishing channel, but anyway, I tell that joke every stream. It's not funny. It's still not funny. It's never gonna be funny. But yeah, I announce streams on here basically an hour before I go. I also announce streams on Discord. If you guys want to join the Discord, it's bang Discord in chat, and we basically talk about programming, have some memes and stuff, and streaming content. That's what goes on there. I think that's it. So we'll go find someone to raid down.